Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nerds, uber geeks, Star Citizen enthusiasts, welcome to Crouch After. It's the day after I finally got, yes, my Rodecaster Duo. And when I was installing it yesterday, I managed quite successfully to somehow make the stream cube unresponsive, and thus therefore in my attempts to try and get that computer running, was unable to stream on Saturday night. Let me get some music playing. But we're here, we're back. Hopefully as we go through this evening, the audio quality will be better. There shall be no echoes, although I can't guarantee that. But we have the hardware. Early birthday present for me, courtesy of my wife and my mother-in-law. What's that? I said an early birthday present. Yeah, my Rodecaster Duo. So this replaces the software that I was using. Yeah. Hey, come here, have a listen. Yeah, so there's those pads I can set up to do all different sorts of stuff. Oh boy. Good evening, CT. How are you, my friend? You can hear fine, but maybe drop reverb. There's a bit of reverb, is there? There shouldn't be any reverb. That's a little bit strange. All right, we'll have to investigate that. Let's drop our sound quality back to neutral and see if that makes a difference. We did have it in broadcast quality, the broadcast default, but we'll set it back to neutral and see how that goes. Also, good morning from here, stateside. Well, thank you so much for joining me for tonight's adventure with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Now, we are slowly dying of thirst, but let's get this bit out of the way, because we all know how we start every stream here at Crouch After Dark. And I will say, I put this packet of Tim Tams in the fridge about 20 minutes ago, and after having been sat on the kitchen bench in a shopping bag for several days, unadulterated, it went into the fridge 20 minutes ago to cool down, and within moments, Charlottery the Ninja appeared out of nowhere, just like this, poof, in front of the fridge, and took...
I didn't take anything.
Oh, you didn't take anything?
No.
Oh, that's a very sus look. What is a Tim Tam, my good friends? Well, let us reveal the packet of goodness. Oh, yes. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle, all wrapped up in chocolate. We're going to use this biscuit like a straw to slurp up our favourite hot drink. In my case, it is a good old hot chocolate. I was doing the coffees for a long time, but then I switched to the chocolate. Cadbury's hot drinking chocolate, because it adds even more chocolate to this chocolatey treat. We're going to bite off the opposite corners. It's going to expose the inside of the biscuit, allowing it to act like a straw. We're going to slurp up this hot chocolate. It's going to melt the inside of this biscuit, and if I'm not quick, also the outside, turning it into a delicious gooey mess. We're going to shove it in our cake hole. It's going to be entirely delicious, as we might say here in Australia. I'm going to wrap your laughing gear around this biscuit. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be a wonderful way to start the stream tonight. As we begin some adventures with Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, exploring some distribution centres. Now, before we can get to those distribution centres, we need to unlock some coordinates. We are currently aboard the Archie bunker, the good old Cutter Rambler, somewhere in space. I'm not 100% sure. I think we're around Hurston. But we'll need to head off to Lawville. With our biscuit properly prepared, slurp up your drink, melt the biscuit, enjoy it. It is the world's greatest treat. There really is no comparison to this chocolate treat anywhere in the world. Glutrina, my friend, joining us on YouTube here, baby. That's what I'm talking about, just in time. The Tim Tam ecstasy before the Star Citizen catastrophe. We'll see. Yes, sir. You can head on over to Twitch, Glutrino. It's totally up to you, my friend. Oh boy, let's jump in. How's everyone's week been? How's your weekend been? We're slowly getting ready for a big, massive Easter celebration here at our house. We've got friends and family all flying in for it. So we've been doing loads of stuff around the yard. Metaphysical, how are you, my friend? My voice sounds echoey. Yeah, Campaign Terrain mentioned that there was a little bit of reverb. I don't understand why. Let's have a look. Yeah, reverb is off. Reverb is off. Echoes are off. There was an echo on YouTube, was there? Oh, dear Lord. Maybe not on Twitch. Oh, dear. It's going to take a little bit of time to really dial in this Rodecaster Duo. We've got it all connected and everything seems to be working, but I think it's going to take a little bit of time. Now, we are slowly dying of thirst. Let's find ourselves some sustenance. This looks good. Now, I will admit, as those eagle-eyed amongst us will have noticed, Mr. Dutchman, how are you, my friend? Those eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed that inside the locker, in the other category, are a whole bunch of weird little harvestables. Rantadung, Oza, Golden Medmans. You know, Dakari pods. Oh, my voice echoes. It's so weird. I don't understand why. Let me have a look here. Oops.
Quest?
No,
I'm
there'll be no
already on a
quests.
quest.
There will be no quests. Let me have a look here. Let me turn off all of the bits and pieces in OBS. We'll turn off all of those things and see how we go. Ooh, it's gone now, is it? When you talk to the side, is your mic bi-directional? I have no idea. I have no idea. I have already, with Mr. Argo Hurston, gone and explored a distribution centre. Which is why we have all of this stuff in our locker. And why, in the back of the good old Archie bunker, we have collected ourselves a little bit of loot. Pistols, armour, sites, attachments, all that sort of stuff. That sounds better, does it? Okay, good. It must have been something I had in OBS that was causing some sort of issue. We can get out of there and go back to here. Yeah, there must have been something in OBS. It's gone, but it sounds like you're talking through a tube. It's not bad though. Well, I'm gonna have to do some recording. I've literally only got this set up about an hour and a half ago, so I haven't had any time to test it, record my audio, play it back, tweak things. We haven't even dived into the depths of this machine yet, but hopefully it makes things easier moving forward. So I have already been out on a sneaky expedition to a distribution center. Just for curiosity's sake. This was the account that was logged in, and I thought I'd just go have a look around. How am I doing? I'm very well, thanks, Dutchman. As I was just saying before, we're getting ready for a big Easter party here next weekend. Why do my sticks not work? Amazing. I have also unplugged everything from my computer, so now the only peripherals that are connected to this machine are obviously the streaming stuff. Well, actually, no, that's not true. The only thing that's connected to the gaming rig now is my flight sticks. Everything else is plugged into the Stream Cube. I guess one thing we could try and do is we could try and switch this back to broadcast quality and see how we go. Maybe that'll get rid of that talking through a tube sound. Who knows? We'll have to play around. All right. So part of the problem that we had with my configurations is that my left stick wasn't recognized properly by Star Citizen because I had all these other devices that were plugged in. So what we'll probably find is my right stick's working perfectly fine. If we go and have a look at our HOTAS and we look at flight movement, you can see this here is my right stick, right? X-axis on input 2, input 2. The left stick is this weird input 5, right? It doesn't have the X-axis input 5, input 5 because of all the other weird stuff that I had plugged in. So what we will find now, if I double click on this, we don't get that other input 4 and button 24 popping up anymore, which is what used to override everything. So strafe up, strafe down, here we go. So now we have that Z-axis rotation input 3. So what we should hopefully, what we can't do is I was going to say we could use the console command to switch the devices. But because this input 5 is not recognized as an actual input, we can't switch everything that is currently assigned to input 5 to input 3. It's a bit of an annoyance. How many peripherals do I have? I've only got the 2 sticks now, Dutchman, on the computer. I've unplugged everything else. Strafe left, strafe right. Forward and back. So we might just need to go through boost, toggle VTOLs, cycle master modes. I'm pretty sure it's this button, button 10. All right, that'll at least get us moving around a little bit. Let's go back. So now we should be able to cycle our master modes. Yeah, so we're outside Hurston. So we need to head off to Lawville first and go deposit our goodies that are currently in our locker. We'll head off to the admin office and go download some coordinates for these new distribution centers. And then we can go on some adventures and see what loot we can find. see what money we can make. I'm pretty sure we might need to visit Area 18 to sell pistols and attachments. I don't think, at least I haven't found anywhere in Hurston that will buy attachments like scopes and all that sort of stuff. Input 5 means it has 5 keybinds set to the same keybind. Quite important to know what those inputs mean. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with you, because my sticks work perfectly fine. And you know, the boost button number 1 says button 1 input 5, and when I press that, all it does is boost. So it had something, that change to input 5 happened when I plugged in all my sim racing stuff. Alright, so there's another one that we need to change. Keybinds, Otash, cockpit, no, missile operator mode, no, next operator mode, here we go. So yeah, this input 5 option only started popping up after I installed all my sim stuff. Button 6, input 3, that's looking much better. Alright, let's go. So we'll head on down to Lawville, go drop off all of our goodies. A train. I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Darkacon can't get enough Tim Tam Slams. They've been subscribed for 5 months.
Legendary. Thank you, mate. Mr. Dark Acorn for the resub. 5 months. How are you? The double echo is back. Oh, is that echoing? Is the I think I'm going backwards. Is the alerts echoing? No. Amazing. Hotas number 3, inversion settings, flight. Which is broadcasting alert.
Darkacon gifted a subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slam Squad
Oh
Metaphysical
dear.
1. Enjoy the Tim Tams. Darkacon gifted a tier 1 sub to Metaphysical 1. They have given 34 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, even the voice is slightly echoey. Yeah, that's what people have been saying, but we've turned off all the filters in OBS. That seemed to fix up some of the issues. Legend Mr. Acorn gifting out a sub to Metaphysical. Meta keeps getting free shit. And there's no reverb or anything set up on the I'm going to go back to neutral. We'll send that back to neutral and see how we go. I did have it set as a broadcast preset, but we'll set it back to neutral and see how we go with that. So yeah, there's going to have to be a little bit of examination with the old Roadcaster Duo. I did finally manage to get it set up today, as I was saying before. About an hour and a half ago, we got it operational. But I haven't had a chance to tweak or play with anything. So, Crouch, if you'd like to check out what the laser hole is all about, maybe we'll do some of that next weekend. You may grab a geo and hop onto your shard. Mr. Argo Hurston does not have a geo. Maybe we'll jump in next week. I'll get a chance to do a little bit of playing around with Discord and get all of that set up, which is part of the reason why we haven't been doing any community streams, is because of freaking the voice meter being troublesome to work with. I hadn't set Discord and stuff up, so I'll be able to get some of that stuff set up this week, and then we can have a return back to some community streams. What we do need, and who we do need, is Mr. Atreyu on board. Didn't know you were on Argo. Episode 16 of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Exploring some distribution centres today. First we need to sort out our inventory, and then we need to go purchase some coordinates for some distribution centres up at the admin office. Don't know what happened, Metaphysical. You couldn't share? Oh man, it didn't come through. Metaphysical used 40 bits. Legendary. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Alright, Twitch alert's not working properly. When am I ever going to get all this shit sorted out? When is the question? You're trying to cheer more, but it's not working.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert,
So
sir.
these ones work,
Minotched is now following
but I think
on
these
Twitch.
ones come from
Welcome to After
sound
Dark.
elements. So did that echo back to everyone, did it? Moonicat, thank you for the follow. That echoed back. Frustrating. Alright, let's get ourselves sorted out here. Where's our music gone? Oh, it's there. It's just quietly playing in the background. Very quiet track, this one. I think what we're going to have to do here... I don't know why some of these things take up so much space. I did. Oh, that's right. You fired up the quest earlier. Didn't Metaphysical, and I said no quests. We're not doing quests. All right. We'll fire that up in just a minute. Let's do that. So we've got heaps of stuff now after my illegal, exploration of a distribution center. So we've got heaps of stuff. So we've got plenty of side quests that we can actually complete now. Oh God, what's happening? No, where'd you get that from? What are you doing? He's taken something out from somewhere. Put that back in there. Oh, what have I done? Oh no! Moonicat, normally don't watch someone play Star Citizen since I'm too busy playing myself, but just chilling tonight. Saw you on YouTube, so decided to come to Twitch to watch you instead. Well, thank you, Moonicat, for hanging out with us tonight. We're here, we're on an adventure with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. We're playing an episode of A Life Uncharted, which is my complete custom rule set for playing Star Citizen. Oh my God, what's going on? It's my own version of Star Citizen 1.0. So we're getting ready. We're here at Lawville. We're going to empty out the good old storage locker in the Archie bunker, my Cutter Rambler. We need to head up to the admin office to go download some quantum locations, because we can't just... like I said, we're playing an episode of A Life Uncharted, so the star map is not freely accessible to us. We're kind of imagining that we're unlocking it bit by bit by bit. And some of that we've done through side quests and different missions and stuff, and some of it we've paid to download coordinates. So we need to head up to the admin office in a minute to go buy some coordinates. I'm going to head out to a distribution center, go see what loot we can find. I need a whole bunch of this stuff for some custom side quests. So if we have a quick look what side quests we actually have at the moment in our quest log. We have Mother Secret Cure-All over at Edmund. We have Don't Mix Them Together at Edmund. We've got 4 different quests that we can complete at Edmund. Mother Secret Cure-All, Don't Mix Them Together, Sweet Sweet Fruit, and You Don't Really Need to Know Why. The first one, deliver 5 Golden Medmen, 5 Heart of the Woods and 1 Oza, 5 Sunset Berries, 4 Blue Bilver, which I've been... No, the Blue Bilver I've had. The 2 Pingala Seeds have taken me ages to find, but thanks to my illegal search of the... distributions that Argo doesn't actually have coordinates for, but I went to anyway. We have the Pingala Seeds, Sweet Sweet Fruit. This I did pick up at Edmund, deliver 5 Patambu and 5 Oza. This I did pick up at Edmund, but the side quest system is sending me to Deacon's Research Outpost to turn it in for a little bit of extra bonus. We have a janitorial shift that needs to be done up at Everest Harbour. Oh boy. And you don't really need to know why. I need 5 Amioshi Plague and 5 Revenant Pods. Quick, don't ask why. Store them immediately box to the mission location. This we also picked up at Edmund, but needs to be handed in at Finn's Folly. I hope that's how 1.0 will be with actual physical mission givers. Yeah, 100%. So whenever we go to new locations, we always try and go and talk to an NPC there, talk to an NPC to pick up missions. Do you have a microphone on your headphones? I do not. It's really echoey. I don't understand why it would be echoey. There's certainly nothing that's configured here to be creating echoes. Let's have a look. I don't know if we go to Podcast Studio preset. I don't know if that's going to be any better. Is the echo YouTube only or also on Twitch? It's funny, it comes and it goes. Okay, well, that's good to know. I'm really sorry. You're going to have to put up with the echo until I can troubleshoot that, by doing some recordings and listening to the audio quality and, I don't know what we can do about it at this point in time. So we do have some side quests that we can complete now that we've got so many of, here's some Blue Bilver, some Revenant Pods, Degnius Root. We've got heaps of this stuff now, so we can complete a whole bunch of side quests. I spent about 40 minutes. The echo suddenly pops up and stops suddenly as well. Okay, I guess these are all good things to know. What's causing it, I have no idea. How I stop it from happening, I have even less idea. And these 2 things are monstrous. Why do they take up so much space? So the first thing I need to do is just empty out my locker. And then we'll get changed because nobody goes running through a space station dressed in armour. Hey, it is a finable offence when we're playing here on A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Although no one's been worshipping him for quite some time now. We've noticed that people have stopped bowing down to him and cowering in fear of his awesome majesty. Daddy Judy calls, you need to hop off, Dutchman. Oh, go take care of that little Viking man. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate you, buddy. Whatever this last thing is in here, what is it? It's monstrous. Loons. We can't even carry all the loons in our large backpack. Can we fit 44 of them? We can't. Can we fit 37 of them? We can't. We can fit 30. Oh man, that's frustrating. A little bit frustrating. Oh well, a couple of trips and we'll be able to get things sorted out. But first things, I've started decorating the hangar. Argo's bought a few decorations is laid out some of the artifacts that we have found in his journey. We can slowly fill that table up with stuff. So we'll empty out this locker. We'll head into the admin center. I do have some gems that I want to try and sell. We haven't been able to in the last couple of episodes, but we'll try again. And if worst comes to worst, we can always try and take them to Everest Harbour or something and sell them up at the commodity terminals up there. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right, that is all of that stuff cleared out of the locker, taking up a huge amount of space. Let's go get changed. We'll go get changed. We need to get some clothes on. We should have everything we need aboard the vessel. All right, let's strip off in the privacy of what's happened, in the privacy of our own ship. Put some clothes on. Yes, sir. There he is, everyone. The Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Everyone's favourite bogan. Let's go. Yeah. I don't think we need anything else. We are in our own hangar, but we might as well close the door for convenience sake. Let's head off. How's everyone's weekend been? I hope you've had an enjoyable weekend. Mine has been pretty full on. We've been moving and cleaning and packing away and sorting stuff out. Took a whole bunch of stuff to the donation centre today. I bought Artax and my self-converted camper van, which is no longer very good for moving stuff around in, but we still managed to put a bunch of boxes and stuff in there and get them up to the donation centre. That cleared out a whole bunch of space to move other stuff into that space. But hopefully by next weekend, I've got a couple of days off next week, with the Easter holidays and stuff. So I've got a little bit more time to get the place sorted out. There he is. Titan Wargaming, my friend, joining us on YouTube. How are you? You have to yell at a drunk lady today, Acorn? I was thinking with, some of these NPCs and stuff that are around here. Moonica, you're just chilling, moving loot from Hathor to my home on Orison tonight. Lovely. There's no NPCs up here. Where have they all gone? Oh, that guy over there, for example. Like, we could talk to these NPCs about different sorts of missions. Obviously, we have the side quest system and the errand system we can play with. I might, I've been saying for a while now, I need to... We've made a lot of progress with the Life Uncharted, but I think it's getting to the point now where I need to redo a little bit, and then we may need to kill the king. The king is dead. Long live the king. Start again. I have not been to the new Hathor locations yet. We will head there at some stage soon. Your Good Titan spent the weekend playing Derail Valley and designing some new laser cut kits. Ooh, very exciting. Very exciting. I did say I was going to get back to that, but it is yet to happen. I did a live stream on the Knights of Dice channel about a month back saying I'm going to stream every Friday. Totally forgetting that I still had heaps of work that I needed to do up at my warehouse to get it ready for sale. That I really didn't have any time to do that. So at some stage I shall pull my finger out and get back to a little bit of Knights of Dice business.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass.
Sometimes his hair doesn't look as ginger as as other times.
Now arriving from
Sort
Metro
of goes
Center.
through different
Stand
shades
by and
of
let
brown
passengers
and
disembark
green. And
before boarding.
see how it's changed now to this ginger colour, whereas when we were entering the door it was this weird
Considerate to your
green
fellow
colour.
travelers. Do not block doors.
Right, there are 5 distribution centres on Hurston. The coordinates will cost us 10 grand per location, so that's 50 grand. We've got cash buck dollar reduce. We've certainly got enough money to spend 50 grand on some new coordinates. But again, you know, we do need to save. Oh yes, we also need to
Now
fire up a
arriving
mission.
Metro Center.
Let's do
Please
this
watch
once we
your
get off the
step when
train.
disembarking the train.
We'll get off the train, then we'll fire up the mission, courtesy of Metaphysical on Twitch. Spell it in these two terms.
Stand by and let passengers disembark before boarding.
Alright, we're going to need our dice roller. Echo, 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 echo. It's so weird that echo comes and goes. I have no... I'm looping...
Hurston Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Whoa. I'm looping some sort of input. I don't believe I am, but obviously something is causing this echo, which
Be
is
considerate to your fellow travelers. Do
weird.
not block doors.
The fact that it comes and goes is troublesome, because if it's coming and going, then
Step away from the platform edge when
let's have a
train
look
is
at our
approaching.
routing. I guess we could turn those off. I mean, why do we really
Hurston
need them?
Security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
We'll just send the microphone across and see how we go. Yeah, it's weird. Nothing is looped.
Considerate to your fellow
The fact that the
travelers.
echo comes
Do
and then the
not
echo
block doors.
goes means it's not a consistent issue. So obviously something must be causing it. Let's go have a look at our contracts. We need ourselves a dice roller. Why are there 90 bloody hauling contracts? It's
Trespassing or
crazy.
attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious
So we have
and
1, 2,
dangerous
3,
offense.
4, 5, 6 contracts that we can pick from. So we shall use our 6-sided dice. Category number 2 is a hauling contract. Oh man!
Hurston Security
I
reserves
was
the
really
right
hoping to
search
pick up one of these
travelers at
collection
any time.
contracts. All right, let's have a look at what hauling contracts we've got. Again, we can only really carry 8 SU
Step away
boxes
from the platform edge when train is approaching.
in the Cutter Rambler. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous
How did we get
offense.
8 in last time? Maybe we only did 6. We put 2 on that side, 2 there, that's 4, and then 5, 6, because I've still got my 2 cargo
Hurston
boxes
Security
in there.
reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Here we go. Collect carbon from her L1 and deliver it to Everest Harbour. Perfect. Nice 45k contract. Something that we
Step
can
away from the
quite
platform
easily
edge
do.
when train is approaching.
In-game graphics being funny. When you pull up the Moby glass, your wrist is transparent.
Trespassing
Bodies.
or attempting to trespass
All right,
on
let's head up
train
to the
tracks
admin
is a
office.
Serious and dangerous
Whoa.
offense.
What was that? Anyone see that purple text that just went down the screen? Full Matrix style? Let's head up to the admin office. We'll go purchase some coordinates for the 5 distribution centres here on Hurston so we can unlock those.
Spaceport and industry lines.
Yeah, it was a bit odd. I need to have a think about how I go about unlocking the star map. I think there certainly needs to be a sliding scale of expenses
Welcome to
of
Metro
cost
Center.
versus reward.
Transfers to the perimeter
So in the beginning,
spaceport
when
access
he
line.
first arrives here in Stanton, he obviously has the 4 major planets and their landing zones. But we then need to have like beginner zones, which are either discovered through the side quest system or purchased outright. And those need to be limited to a certain number of locations. Perhaps the settlements like Edmund and Pinewood and the mining outposts essentially. Because you can find some loot and stuff there, and obviously we can go there to pick up side quests and all that sort of stuff. But there's no terrible value. Whereas these distribution centres, there's considerable I'm going to make them 20 grand. Yeah, there's considerable value in these locations. So I think that the cost of downloading, actually, let's just go over here. We'll talk to this guy. Hey man, I need to buy some coordinates for some new locations. Okay, no worries.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to purchase some coordinates, please. So we need some coordinates for our reputation and locations. So these are the 5 distribution centres. Is there 5 or is there 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. So at 20 grand per location, that's 120 grand. Let's just unlock them all. We'll pay for it. Why not? We'll unlock them all. So there needs to be a sliding scale of cost per coordinates versus the potential reward at those locations. All right, let's pay for these. Send that money over to my main account, who is the bank behind Mr. Argo Hurston. It's who pays all of his successful contracts, and it's whom we pay for.
Something I can help you with?
Oh, you know what we haven't paid for yet? Our bloody mortgage and our we need to pay for rules, fines and infractions. We need to pay for our mortgage and our insurance premium. Again, these are only 3 grand all up. Oh, we need to buy a train ticket too. I forgot about that. So our wallet. Does anyone remember how much the train tickets are? Public transport. 400 credits. Fucking train tickets. 3,400 credits. Alrighty, so all of a sudden we are down 120 grand, but we have 5 new locations we can visit. We picked ourselves up a mission. I think that's pretty much all we need to worry about at the moment. So let's head on out. So yeah, there are some modifications that I'd like to make to A Life Uncharted, including making it easier to get access to Moby-Glass missions, which I started working on. But last week I'd mentioned that I'd forgotten what quest points were used for. And quest points are accumulated whenever I complete quests. I get paid for the side quest, and I earn a certain number of quest points. And then those quest points can be used to access different contracts, right? So I don't necessarily strictly need to rely on the side quest system to trigger the use of the Moby-Glass. A server error, please wait, classic. I don't need to rely specifically on either the side quest system or Twitch chat, spending their Tim Tams to trigger up a quest like Metaphysical did earlier on. I can use those quest points that I collect and accumulate to then spend, it costs me 10 quest points to do a collection contract. It costs me 20 quest points to do a mercenary contract. It costs me 10 quest points to do a maintenance contract, etc., etc. There's an echo again. Did I tab out? No, we're still in the game. We have a server error. But yes, that's a good shout out. Tabbing out might create some sort of echo. It's weird. We could, whilst we're waiting, for this server error, do I have side tone on? I don't know what side tone is, so I'm assuming the answer to that question is no. Is it just the microphone that's echoing, or is it the game sound? You hear yourself in your headset? No, I turned that off. I didn't do anything, Acorn. Like people are saying, the echo just comes and goes. I literally haven't done anything. Here we go, we're back in the game. I'll have to go through some troubleshooting. Echo issues with the Rodecaster Duo and microphone can stem from several sources, including zero latency monitoring settings, microphone and speaker placement, and potentially from the software you're using. Right, let's go. Server error has resolved itself. So we'll have to read through a little bit of that later on. We're using Rode Connect. We are using, is it Rode Core? Whatever the software that Rode, there's a whole setup process that you go through when you plug it in, you download the software and all that sort of stuff. Is it called Rode Connect? If that's what it is, that's what I'm using.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
Rode Central, it's called. Zero latency monitoring. Mute the vocal track. When recording, mute the output of your vocal track in your recording software. This prevents the DAW from sending the microphone output back to your headphones, which can create a delayed version of your voice, leading to an echo or dumping effect. So I have my own voice switched off in my headphones, otherwise you can switch it on and hear yourself in your
Step away from the
headphones.
platform edge when train is approaching.
Disable zero latency monitoring. Deactivate the zero latency monitoring mode in your recording software to prevent any room sounds picked up by the mic from being sent to your headphones. Check the mix minus. I'm not using mix minus.
Stand by and let passengers
Ensure that mix
embark
minus is
before
enabled in
boarding.
the Rodecaster's output channel. This prevents the Rodecaster from taking the audio from StreamYard, I'm not using StreamYard, and sending it back through the output, creating a feedback loop.
Hurston Security
Placement
reserves the
volume.
right to search
Lower
travelers at
speaker
any
volume.
time.
If the sound of your speakers is too loud, your microphone might pick it up, causing an echo. Maybe. Let's turn that down and see how we go. Turn my headphones down. Maybe the mic is actually picking up my headphones. Whenever I turn this way, this is closer to the microphone, right? So we might be hearing some sort of echo from that. As it's picking up. Oh, well, actually, I'm not hearing my own voice in my headphones, so it's my voice feedbacking. Okay, it's my voice. Microphone position. Ensure your microphone is not near a reflective surface, such as a wall, which can cause echoes. Alright, off we go. Your inputs are looped somewhere, you reckon? Or your virtual cables. There's no virtual cables on the Rodecaster.
Train tracks is a serious and dangerous
But
offense.
you can do all of that, but I haven't done any of that. So it simply has the audio input and the audio output. And all I'm doing is I'm using one channel to send my microphone to the streaming computer, and I'm using another channel to send the sound alerts from the streaming computer back to my gaming computer. Does your camera have sound? It does not. Any other mics plugged in? No. Then it talks about software settings for something called StreamYard, but I don't use StreamYard, so. Yeah, the fact that it echoes sometimes and then doesn't echo other times is weird, right? You'd have to find some new clothes for Argo. Well, actually, I've probably got a bunch of clothes here. We could move some into the ship. Well, whilst we're here, I quickly want to have a look at New Deal, right? Because we've had this discussion several times now about which ship is Argo going to, buy up to, trade up to. Now, the Nomad is a good choice, but the big issues with the Nomad, lack of internal storage, no locker, which we really need for Argo, given that he's got to get changed and has all these restrictions on what he can fly in and all that sort of stuff. We've got to have space aboard the ship to store all of his supplies. And the two rifle racks on the Nomad are just ordinary. Skeet, how are you, my friend, joining us on Twitch? The Cutlass Black. The Cutlass Black is a good choice. It kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It is a good logical step up. You guys using this? What's going on? I should now also I've also got my microphone in the game. Oh, it keeps unchecking it. I'm pretty sure it's this one, desktop microphone, Rodecaster Duo. This should say Rodecaster Duo Chat. Oh, secondary. We'll set that. So in game now, it should still be, my mic should be working, but again, we need other people to confirm that. All right, let's have a look at Drake. The Cutlass Black is 2.2 million or 2.1 and some change. So we've got quite a lot of work that we need to do. Keep in mind, it's taken us 16 episodes to go from 0 to now we have 600 grand, but we've been unlocking a whole bunch of quantum locations and all of that sort of stuff. So in 16 episodes, we're only up at 600 grand. Again, it's a slow burn, this Life Uncharted rule set. It's a slow burn. So, it's I've said it many times, it's not 0 to hero. It's just, it's my representation of, life as a citizen. Not as a money-making machine. We're obviously heavily restricted on just being able to do contract after contract after contract. It has been thoroughly enjoyable. But we're at the point now where we've play tested so much of this now that we need to tweak it. Acorn, I can't do anything about the echo, mate. We all know that there's an echo. I do appreciate you pointing it out, but it's yes, bow down to the Ginger King. Just trying to help you pinpoint the cause. I know, mate. I know. So, what did I do then that might have caused the echo? Absolutely nothing. We were just walking along and the echo started. What caused it? It's a mystery. So how hard can I make it for my self account? Yeah, kind of. You know, how can I make this more challenging? Because otherwise, you know, the game is pretty much just, you know, about earning credits, really, isn't it?
To the ASOP vehicle
You know,
retrieval system.
there's nothing really more to it.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been
Which is
delivered
why
to
we
the
have the
ASOP
whole,
again.
you know, when the game starts, or he starts off in episode 1 of A Life Uncharted, he only knows, or his quantum drive only has the locations for the 4 main planets and their landing zones. When the echo started, the citizens start bowing. Oh, okay. Maybe it's got something to do with the game. And so from that perspective, we've got something to work towards: unlocking the star map, visiting new locations that we haven't been to before, and, you know, talking to NPCs and, you know, pretending that we're getting missions from people so that we can, you know, unlock new locations to visit, and thus therefore unlock opportunities for looting and all that sort of stuff. Which is what we've just done by unlocking the coordinates for the distribution centres. I'm going to go there, do a little bit more looting if my hangar decides to figure out what it's doing. It's an interesting idea to turn it into a challenge run. Not the sort of game I would think of for it. Well, I mean, obviously at the moment, and I've spoken about this many times, is that the game lacks the game. There's, you know, it is literally just a big sandbox environment where you can go and do anything, but there's no paths to follow, as there is in any MMO. And, you know, those sorts of things will slowly evolve and develop. But until we have those, we make it up ourselves. So the Cutlass Black, hey, 2.1. Now, I'm sure if we didn't walk around everywhere, we could get things done faster, but, you know, if I was running around everywhere, I'd be incredibly exhausted all the time. So again, from the perspective of making it harder for ourselves, I suppose. Where did my boxes go? Let's store the ship. And retrieve. Oh, what's going on? Let's store the ship and retrieve it again. Rog, how are you, my friend? Wait, crouch. No, this is Argo Hurston. We're on my alternate account at the moment. Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. Episode 16 of A Life Uncharted.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our
So
storage.
it's been a slow burn. At some stage, we shall get another ship. This character of Crouch is bald. Yeah, my main account, Crouch, looks pretty much the same as me. I spent a lot of time on that character. But Argo, he's rocking the mullet, man. He looks like a Team Mood Chuck Norris. Just needs a baseball cap and he'll look like Aussie, man.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has
All
been
right, let's go have a look. What hats do we have? Speaking of hats, let's go have a look. That's the only hat we have. This was part of his old uniform. Was it? I think it was a slightly different hat that had some yellow in it. There we go. How cool would it be to be able to wear, you know, caps backwards? I've never been a backwards cat person. Do we have our boxes back? We do. Let's go. Alright, we are wearing our civvies, which are okay to fly in. As we all know, we can't fly in armour. It is a breach of the rules. Again, a lot of these things that I put here into A Life Uncharted are based on things that we've heard CIG talk about before, such as not being able to fly in heavy armour or having specific suits that you need to fly in and all this sort of stuff, not being able to fly while you're wearing backpacks or you know, chairs that will automatically take the backpack off for you and all this other sort of stuff. Alright, let's go! Let's get out of here. Oh yes, that's another button that we need to set up. Options, keybinds, POTAS, customization. What's going to be under? Vehicle views, I think. Vehicle view, there it is. Camera, cycle camera button. There we go, lovely. Let's go. Let's get out of here. We've got everything we need for our adventure. We need to maybe we'll do our mission first. Maybe we'll do our mission first. Atreyu.
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Set a course for the station at Her L1.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Okay, that didn't exactly work out as planned, did it? Set a course for the station at Her L1.
The star map is being updated,
You
sir.
won't be able to paste it this time, yeah. I need to change the script to left click once more after the script finishes running. Which is annoying given how many destinations there are that Atreyu has learned so far. Alright, we're off. We'll go pick up our what's the success EU of carbon? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it's up there. Deliver success EU carbon to Everest Harbour. Last quick way to start things off. Ramoyne, how are you, my friend? It's Crouch. Been a while. How are you and yours? Doing well, I hope. We are very well, thank you very much. Everybody is well. The ninja is on school holidays at the moment, as is my wife. She's a teacher, and you know, is very prepared and organised, and has got everything that she needed to get organised before the holidays, so she can actually enjoy her holidays. You know, teachers have to do quite a lot of work during the holidays. But my wife has done all of her work. So she's well. I've got a couple of days off next week for the Easter holidays, which is fantastic. There's still a lot of work we need to do around the house to get ready for our big family Easter celebration next Sunday. A bunch of Kim's family is coming to celebrate Easter. So I'm glad that I've got a couple of extra days off because there's still quite a lot I need to sort out around the house. There's been so much crap I brought back from my warehouse after I closed my business there that there's just piles of boxes all over the house which I need to at least move out of sight, if not try and find somewhere to put them. Alright, let's go. So what goodies have we found in the various distribution centres? We haven't gone to them yet. We've just left Lawville. We're up here at Her L1, Green Glade Station, doing a hauling contract, courtesy of Metaphysical on Twitch, spending some of his Tim Tams to fire up a quest, as we know that Argo doesn't have access to the Moby Glass. He can't just choose contracts whenever he wants them. So whenever we get an opportunity for someone spending their Tim Tams on Twitch to fire up a Moby Glass mission for him, we go ahead and take that opportunity as one of the ways in which Argo can earn a bit of cash buck dollary dues. We don't need any of those. Yeah, let's grab this and grab that. So quickly doing this hauling contract before we head off. We've just left Lawville, where we spent 120 grand downloading quantum locations, quantum beacons for the 5 distribution centers on Hurston. I guess we could have repositioned the ship, but who knows, I guess. So we spent 120 grand, 20,000 credits per location. There's 5 of them, there's 6 of them on Hurston. So we just bought those quantum locations. Argo, how is that rascal doing? He's good. He's good. He's so much fun to play. He's so much fun to play. And the Life Uncharted rule set is really, the more time I spend playing, the more ideas I get. Is the module not working? Well, that doesn't help anybody. Full speed, maximum acceleration. Let's put this away. Look at our max lift. Okay. Yeah, there we go. It's good to see you too, Ramoyne. Thank you for joining us on the old YouTube. When the Geo comes out in the game in the next months or whatever, it is certainly something that Argo will have to spend a bit of cash buck dollary dues on, so that he can get involved in a little bit of gem mining. Again, we've got some restrictions on how much he can do, how often, and what he gets paid for. Again, everything to do with Argo is about the slow burn. So he needs to join the gem mining guild, which will cost him about 100 grand. And then he can't go gem mining whenever he wants. Well, he can really, I suppose. But anything that he mines outside of a guild awarded mining contract, he only gets to keep 40%. The guild takes the other 60%. Whereas whenever he gets a guild contract to go mining, it's the opposite. He gets to keep 60% and the guild gets 40%. So he can go mining whenever he wants. It's just that he loses more of it because it's an unsanctioned mining expedition, right? So the Geo will be something that he needs to get. Wicked Wookie, how are you, my friend? How's it going? Very well, thank you very much. Very well. We're here for the whole night tonight. Normally we have quite short sessions with Argo. 4 hours, 4.5. I think the maximum session we've had with Argo has been 5 hours. But we are here all night. We are here all night with Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite Bogan, the Ginger King. 40-60 split, dang, our boy's getting ripped off. He's a junior member. He's a junior member. Obviously, the more he mines, and again, we a lot of this, as I've mentioned, is based on stuff that CAG have spoken about, and they spoke about guilds at CitizenCon last year, and so this implementation of this guild system is my interpretation of that. And so as his standing with the guild increases, so will his cut of the goodies increase. But yes, as a junior member, as an applicant, he's going to get the he's not going to be getting the lion's share of the goodies. All right, let's stash this back away. Actually, oh shit, where'd that go? Did we just drop our max lift somewhere? Where did the max lift go? Did we just lose our max lift? You recently took the Geo to Kudre Ore, and there are things down in that sinkhole that be mined by both the Geo and the multi-tool, and I mean a lot of stuff. We've only done a little bit of exploration with the Geo over on my main account. I think we might have just lost our max lift. That's disappointing because this is not a max lift, this is a bloody cambio, and don't ask me why it's in a weapon rack. We really should have the max lift in there. I think we just lost our max lift. That's disappointing. Those things are damn expensive, man. Oh well. We'll spend 20 grand on another one of those later on. Oh yes, bloody I forgot, we got to pay our landing fees to land here at Hero 1. Anytime we land at a place that's not our home, we need to pay landing fees. Whenever we land inside a hangar, which we have just done, landing fees are 1,000 credits, which they do diminish as Argo's reputation improves with different locations, but we haven't done enough missions here, or side quests up at Hero 1, Greenglade, to really affect his reputation here at all. So 1,000 credits for landing fees. Got to sweep the hangar afterwards. Argo's been there. Alright, let's get some permissions. Let's get some thrusters. We'll head up to Everest, we'll drop off our cargo, and then we'll go explore a distribution centre and see what we can find there. Let's close up that door before we lose one of our boxes. Switch it down here. Oh yes, we've got one of these hangars with a door. Let's go. I guess we don't really need to set a course because we can kind of see where we're going thanks to that marker. There's quite a few things over there. Set a course for Everest Harbour.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Oh man, what's going on with Argo's business? More of a rip-off than even USA and HOAs. HOAs are weird, man. Like, we don't have homeowners associations here. I mean, we have body corporates, like if you live in an apartment building and stuff, you have body corporates. But in terms of, homeowners associations and stuff in suburbs and stuff, no, that's not a thing. At least not that I'm aware of. That voice command thing is awesome. I do like a tray. I do like a tray. He can be a bit annoying sometimes. But I do specifically like his ability to plot courses. When it works properly. Like I said, he can be a bit annoying sometimes. I mean, mind you, the quantum system isn't exactly working properly at the moment. Papa Zuzu, how are you, my friend? Yeah, I use voice attack for that. Ramon, you're still finding it hard to actually mine anything with this prospector because I'm not good at the scanning and highlighting of rocks. But I heard there was a problem with mining in the game. I don't know, I haven't done any prospecting for a while now. Uh-oh. Well, bear with me, everyone, I need to take this call. They hung up. Actually, I better phone it back. Hang on. I'll be just a couple of seconds. Stuff it. I'll phone it back later. Why is there reverb in your voice, Ramon? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. It's a question no one knows the answer to because it randomly comes and goes. There doesn't seem to be any reason why there should be reverb. I have just installed the new Rodecaster Duo, which I got as an early birthday present from my wonderful wife and my mother-in-law. And I have not yet fine-tuned it or jumped really into the details or the guts of it. But that echo and reverb comes and goes. Why? No idea. There's no reverb settings or anything like that set up on the Rodecaster, which you can do. I'm using the neutral preset for the microphone. So there's no extra effects or anything added to it. It's clear right now. See, it's what is causing it, do not know. Well, actually, before we power down, let's have a little look around. There's the hangar there. Let's make this as easy for ourselves as possible. Alright, what? Freight elevator? No, it's not the freight elevator. Over here is the freight elevator. It's so weird how it goes in and out randomly. Yeah, it's sort of weird. Sounds like you put your head in a bucket. It's a bit weird. Does that do anything? Let's have a look. We'll turn on P48. We'll power up the microphone. I think that's what that P48 does. It sends phantom power to the microphone. I think. I'm not 100% sure. Alright, so we have a working tractor beam. What we do need to do is... why can I no longer hear the game audio? Amazing. We want to open the back doors. What we might do is we'll just... let's see how we go. Did you make some noodles, sweetheart? Yeah.
I would chuck it.
Yeah.
And I went to it just started boiling. So I'm 100% sure that's perfect.
Oh, lovely. I don't know what's happened to the game audio. It's gotten a little weird. Wicked Wookie, you need to set up that voice attack jazz for my own Star Citizen gameplay. I love that for immersion. Yeah, have a look, man. The free version of voice attack allows you to set up 10 commands. The paid version, I think it's only £15. And what voice attack can do is well worth the £15. I have hundreds of commands set up. Obviously, I have, you know, sweetheart, can you put your headphones on, please? I have loads set up in my voice attack. 200 commands. Your voice attack already? Just never figured out how to get it working for Star Citizen. 15 one time. Yeah, it's 15 quid one time. It's proper software, right? That you buy and then you own. It's not a subscription model. You know, you just pay the 15 quid and it's yours forever. And basically all it does is it then allows you to have, you know, as many commands as you want. So it's pretty easy to set up voice attack. I know there's packs out there from HCS you can buy and has voice companion as well. Yeah, the voice packs from HCS are amazing. I have several of them. I've just never used them. When I bought Voice Attack and the HCS voice packs several years ago, you were kind of limited to using their keybinds that they'd set up in their voice packs. Now that there's a plugin available from HCS that allows you to, it acts as a bridge between your version of Star Citizen and the voice pack. So then you can, in that plugin, specify what your keybinds are. Whereas previously, if you had a HCS voice pack, you'd need to modify Star Citizen to use their keybinds. And I didn't want to do that. So I never used them. But now, obviously it's been several years, they now have a middleman that sits in the middle that, you know, HCS voice pack talks to the middleman, and you set the middleman up to tell the voice pack, my landing gear is this, my takeoff helmet is this, my blah 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 is this. But yeah, it's, you know, it's worthwhile checking out. I mean, it's pretty easy, right? You know, I've got this move forward command here, and if we have a look at it, all it does is press down the W key, and it will just continue to press down the W key until I tell Voice Attack to stop running any active commands. So in those situations where I'm super lazy and we're on some stupid crouch adventure walking across a moon because our ship has been destroyed and I don't backspace or log off, and we'll try and walk to a bloody outpost. Move forward. Atreyu. Oh, I closed Voice Attack. There we go. Move forward. And then he'll just move forward. And I can tell him to run. And then he'll hold down the shift key and just keep holding it, and I can just navigate with my mouse, keep my left hand free until I tell it to stop. And then it will just stop issuing any commands. And so, yeah, all, you know, my landing gear, my VTOL, all that sort of stuff is set up. Like my F3 key is used to hail stations and stuff, but I've got a command that says contact landing services, and all that does is press the F3 key. So whenever I tell it to, you know, I mean, we could do this, and then I've used Audacity to set up the voice. All it does is press the keybind, and then it plays a specific audio track, which I've recorded in Audacity. Contract complete. Go Argo, 45 grand. Yes, sir. Oh crap! We also need to pay landing fees here, don't we? That's annoying. The echo started when I said stop. This is so weird. I'm going to have to do some research on that, about why that is happening. I don't think at this point we're going to go looking for any side quests. We've already got 5 or 6 in the log that we need to sort out, most of which we can actually complete, thanks to my latest illegal incursion into one of these distribution centers. I managed to pick up a whole bunch of harvestables, which we needed for the side quests. Voice Attack might be monitoring your audio back into OBS. Yeah, no, we didn't have Voice Attack running for the first half of the stream. I've only actually just opened it up about half an hour back. So it's not Voice Attack because we were still having that echoey reverb issue before Voice Attack was opened. So we can, for example, set up something. If we have a look here, I love playing around with Voice Attack. Let's have a look through our categories, right? So you get to specify, call your categories whatever you want. Power management. So that's my power triangle, right? Power to shields, power to engines, and it just adds an extra pip to each of those. Scanning ship systems. Let's have a look for engines, right? So power to engines, press the F6 key and hold for half a second, then release. What does F6 do? See, a lot of these are so old now. Oh, that's power management. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. So we could, I keep on closing it. There you go, voice nice and normal again after a brief burbly reverb like you're underwater. It's so weird. I don't know why it's happening, but I do appreciate everyone who's tuned in, who's still hanging around despite the difficulties. Let's add a new command, right? And we'll say activate the thrusters, right? Press the key, we would press the I key, hold it down for 0.1 of a second, then release it. And then I want you to play a sound. We want to have a bit of a browse around. We'll play this one that says certainly Commander. Well, actually, let's do this. Other sounds. Play a random sound. We can add a new one in. Yeah, there's nothing here that's unnecessarily acknowledged. Certainly, Commander. And of course, Commander. And so he'll pick one of those. And we'll apply that. So now whenever I'm getting action, and let's duplicate this. And we'll say deactivate the thrusters. Again, it's not state aware, so it doesn't know whether the thrusters are actually on or not. I do know that the HCS voice packs are ship state aware, so that if you have landing gear down and you tell it to put the landing gear down, it will tell you the landing gear is already down, sir. Whereas if my landing gear is down and I ask a trader to put the landing gear down, he'll simply press the N key, which lifts my landing gear up. So that I think the HCS voice packs are ship state aware. I did try to unpack one of their packs, but it was very, very difficult. I didn't have the decompilers to do it, and I couldn't be bothered looking into it. Activate the thrusters.
Certainly, Commander.
Now I've got another one here, so we can hear the thrusters firing up. We want to contact landing services. Let's duplicate this. We can set this to request departure. Apply that. Request departure.
Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
And my sticks have become so sensitive. I need to rebind their curves and stuff, or remap their curves. All right, we are done here. All right. Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Nothing is set. Beautiful. Let's head on down to Hurston, see if we can find something that's not in the darkness. So we can, for example, use something like Verse Guide now. Let's bring up Verse Guide. We'll just quickly refresh this. So verseguide.com. I'm obviously looking at Stanton here and at Hurston. Let this refresh. This is a super intensive website. Are landing fees time on pad, time in hangar dependent? No, they're not. No. If I land in a hangar, then I pay landing fees. So if we go and have a look here, this freaking website is so chunky. Turn off all the caves, salvage yards. Just leave our distribution centers on. So it'll tell us over here on the right hand side, you can see it says nighttime. It's afternoon there, sunsets in 21 minutes. It's morning there over at Covalax, the sunset's in 84 minutes. It's nighttime, sunrise is in 47 minutes. It's after midnight, sunrise is in 31 minutes. And it's nighttime, sunrise is in 46 minutes. So we could go to Covalax, which we know is going to be morning there, and we've got 84 minutes before the sun sets. So if we open up our star map and we type in here Covalax Distribution Center, which one is it? It's S1DC06. This one here. So another thing we can do then, whilst we might as well, while we're playing around and having some fun, we'll set up voice attack to set a course for, and duplicate this. Set a course for Covalex distribution on Hurston, because there's only one here, right? When will Argo go to Pyro? Oh, who knows, man? Who knows? And then we want to put in the Windows clipboard the exact name, right? So let's cancel this. Let's apply this. Let's move this out of the way. Let's open this up. In the clipboard, we want to put Covalex Distribution Center S1DC06. Okay, apply that. We're all done there. And then now, theoretically, when I ask Atreyu, set a course for Covalex Distribution on Hurston.
Acknowledged.
Something wrong with his routing, though. Oh! Something wrong with his routing. There we go. Let's head on over. And so that's all that's doing is moving the mouse to certain coordinates and waiting for a certain amount of time, then the F2 key to open the mode glass and pasting that clipboard in there and pressing the R key. It is cool. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, if you're making your own voice back, you could then in Audacity record a clip for each of these locations, right? So instead of playing back a standard set of, replies, you could have a reply that gets read back to you about this location, with useful information, whatever you wanted it to do, really. It's a far cry from being AI, but, it's fun. It adds a little bit of immersion. All right, let's go have a look, right? Now, when these distribution centers were first implemented, you couldn't fly here without a mission. And then just the other day during the week, I was like, I wonder if we can go to these distribution centers. And so, I logged on and I was on Argo's account and I was like, stuff it, whatever. Technically he's not supposed to go here, but, I was like, all right, whatever. Let's go down and have a look. And as I got there, the turrets didn't fire at me. So I don't know if they're going to fire at me now, and if we've just spent 120 grand on quantum locations that we're not actually going to be able to use without missions and stuff. But I guess we're going to find out in a minute, right? But I flew down to the distribution center. I didn't get shot at. Let's just get into SCN mode with some shields up. Full power to shields.
Acknowledged.
Contact landing services.
Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
And then we get assigned a hangar. And in we go. Yes! Love your skeet. Let's go. Now, one thing I would recommend is landing your ship as close to this frickin' entrance as possible, because we're going to be running backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. Now, unlike other hangars, right? Oh, see, I turned the thrusters off then by myself, but I could ask Artax to deactivate the thrusters.
Of course, Commander.
I did set it up in the beginning to have a command that's I think it was prepare the ship for or I'm ready to depart the ship or something, and it would turn off the ship, it would shut it down, it would get me out of my seat, it would open up all the doors. Why not use your VTOLs, Ramoyne? Because I never remember that the VTOLs would be useful. They just bounce around. Let's go. All right, so we want to get ready. We're going to need ourselves a proper outfit for some exploration. Let's get ourselves naked and put on some armor. I guess that's really all we need. I don't think we need anything else. And that's it. We don't really need anything else. Let's go have a look around. Now, unlike other hangars, when you leave this hangar, it doesn't despawn your ship. It doesn't store it. The ship just sits here. Has my max lift magically reappeared? No, it's gone. It's gone. Who knows where it's gone? Alright, maximum acceleration, full velocity, 32% hydration. We'll find something to drink along the way. We really don't need to be wearing all of this armor. Really all we need is our core and our backpack. But we might as well get equipped. Found a max lift in a bunker loot box yesterday. Skeet score. I was watching a bit of Space Tomato, and he was over at one of the Hathor locations, and there were quite a few that he was finding in the loot boxes there. So we're going to have to somehow get ourselves over to these Hathor locations. I guess we could buy the coordinates for them. Maybe those will cost us 50 grand. Need to sit down and do a little bit of calculations. As I was mentioning earlier on, different quantum locations should cost different things based on the opportunity or the value that those places have. All right, let's go in and have a bit of a look around here. Sunset berries and blue bilber. We've collected heaps of this now. But this is honestly the best place to come. We did try last week to go harvesting all this stuff in the wild, which obviously didn't really work out very well. We spent quite a lot of time naffing about, trying to find locations that matched the descriptions in the journal. But these places here have so many of those things. They're in all the loot boxes. Oh, you're not seeing chat on screen? What have I done? Restream chat. Discord, alerts, gaming seat, video capture device. Let's refresh the cache. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so these locations, are just packed full of stuff. Ooh, some drinks. We're going to need those. In terms of those harvestables. All right, into the depths of the maintenance area. I think these are the locations where you're supposed to go for finding bodies and stuff. I found bodies here, and if you had distribution center contracts, it would be sweet to come to these distribution centers, and I'm sure at some stage in the future, and you go up to the lobby and you talk to someone there, at the lobby entrance at the front counter, and they say, we've got let's grab those arms. We've had, you pick up quests, right? Mission givers at the lobby, rather than using, your mobi-glass. We're gonna have to find a place to sell all these attachments and stuff. pretty sure we can go to Area 18 and Cubby Blast buys a bunch of this stuff. What are you doing, dude? Working away? Just be mindful of where you're pointing that laser, please, buddy. You're being able to talk to this dude and he'll tell you, you know, XYZ is happening and ABC and... Might need to duck out for a quick second. Now this is an open environment. Anyone can come here, so there is some level of risk that someone's going to be here and shoot me with their pew pew. Drink 28%, man. We got heaps. We got heaps. When I did the orbital station, there was an FR-66 which I left behind, but I got a spare Volt gun and some ammo and a max lift tractor beam from a loot box. Nice, nice. I'm sure on my main I'll go over there and just have a bit of an explore. I think Argo's quite some time away from being able to get over there. You've been trying to figure out getting chat to show up on your stream, CT. So far though, it has the dumb. Well, I'm using Restream, the Restream chat, and you know that you can link. The free version of it, you can link 2 channels, so Twitch and YouTube, at any one time. You can set up as many as you want. So I have, you know, Knights of Dice and Crouch After Dark and Rubbish In, Rubbish Out, all set up as potential channels. And depending on where I'm streaming that day, I'll turn on my After Dark Twitch and my After Dark YouTube. So you can only broadcast 2 at a time and retrieve chat from 2 at a time. But I checked out Restream Chat. It's free, unless you want to buy the paid version, which allows you to obviously have more channels linked. Alrighty. There's so many locations here, or so many places for potential missions, like that medical cabinet back there, heating depot. Not many loot boxes at this place. I went to Sakura Sun the other day, and they were just everywhere, all over the place. All right, let's go down. We'll investigate what's down there. But the loot boxes here at Kovalax are few and far between. That echo is super weird. Gonna have to spend some time after the stream doing a little bit of research. Pretty sure all of the distribution centers have the same layout. I haven't really learnt it yet, but I'm sure that will come with just time and exploration and But in terms of collecting these harvestables, these places are the best places to come. I have found armor and weapons and stuff here. Not a huge amount, but you know, worthwhile coming to if you're, you know, playing like I am, on a not a 0 to hero, but you know, an explorative account. where you're really restricting yourself in terms of mobiGlas. Or another gun case. Someone's looted it. Oh, maybe I did. Who knows? Maintenance shaft 02. Alright, let's go back up to the lobby. Clearly Kovalex suffer from that UPS service aesthetic, just casual work practices, no safe systems or work protocols, it seems. Alright, whereabouts are we? That's the lobby down there. I don't think we can get further into the centre without contracts. Executive suites. Conference room. Elevators to maintenance area. Let's go have a look in here. Maintenance shaft 1. Okay, so we came up maintenance shaft 2. I think in terms of going further into the location, I think we might need to go through, you know, the exterior doors. I think we probably explored all of this area. I think that's where we got the arms from. I think we did a full loop. There's our friend. Not much here at Kovalex. Sakura-san was way better. Multi-tool. Looks like it might have been cleaned up already, hey? See if there was someone here you can come and talk to at the lobby to get... You know, there's different missions, or there used to be at these distribution centres, investigation missions to find missing employees, transport missions to pick up something from a vending machine in one location and take it to another location. And then there's obviously the combat missions to clear out the warehouse of, invading gangs, or the exterior zone 2. There's gangs out there.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
Well, let's see what's in here, hey? Oh, more locations. Security checkpoint 1 and 2. All right. All right, 1 drink for me. Now, we may get attacked by the guards here. I'm not 100% sure. And 1 drink for Mr. Argo Hurston. Everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. It's like when you come down to like these security outposts, people here who can give you, those missions that are in this area, rather than purely relying on the mobiGlas, coming to these locations and then talking to the people here and saying, getting a question, we've got a problem with a gang that's currently popped up, or they're trying to get into the facility, they're over here at, exterior zone number 4, can you go take care of them? It's like, yeah, no problems. What happened to all those missions to do with the DCs? In fact, what happened to a lot of missions we don't see anymore? So a lot of the missions broke after server meshing was implemented, because they were never designed to cross mesh boundaries. So when you'd cross, and we still see some of these issues happening out here with quantum travel and quantum fuel resetting and all that sort of stuff. When you cross meshes from one mesh into another, from one server to another, the missions aren't updated to work with that system. So if you had a mission that was active in this mesh and you crossed into a different mesh, the mission would all of a sudden not be, it would just disappear, wouldn't work anymore. And so they took all of the missions away, and they've slowly been reworking them through to update them with server meshing. Now, at the moment, we obviously have static server meshing. So we have specific numbers of meshes, a specific number of DGSs in Pyro and Stanton, you know, dedicated game servers, that create these different meshed environments. But updating the missions to work with those is fine. But when they finally get around to implementing dynamic server meshing, so as the game is analyzing itself and it's realizing I've got a huge population in this area, I need to assign more DGSs to this area. So instead of there being, say, 4 meshes there, now all of a sudden goes to 11. You know, those missions need to work with that. So we did see the delivery missions in I didn't see them myself, but in the patch notes they did pop up in the PTU cycle. They reactivated the delivery missions, which they'd updated for server meshing, but then they took it back because obviously something wasn't working properly. So that's the reason why the contracts that we have disappeared from the contract manager is they're still updating them to work with the server meshing. Why these ones here in the DGSs have disappeared, I'm not 100% sure, because these are specific locations. I can only put it down to the fact that there's obviously some issue with the DGS. So I guess we just managed to walk into this area, past a security checkpoint without any issues. There's my helmet. We might be able to fumble ourselves into one of these warehouses where there might be some bad guys who we can attack, murder, kill. We don't have any weapons, but we can old school karate chop our way through. We could try that. Although that, given now that the servers are running at 30 FPS and the NPCs are pretty switched on people, I'm not confident. Let's go down this. It's a long way down. I'm not that confident that we can karate chop our way through. I guess we just need to karate chop one person and get ourselves access to a weapon. But I'm keen to explore like the inner guts of these places, and I've never spent a lot of time looking around them. Yes, Inquisitor Core Orange. And now that our backpacks are much bigger, it makes this sort of activity much easier. I don't think we need any more Revenant pods. We've got about 40 of each of those at the moment. I guess the more of those you collect, the better. The Rayari Incorporated collection missions do call for batches of 20 of those. So I guess I can complete 2 rounds of those Rayari quests if we get access to them. Again, that's where fleshing out the quest point system comes into play. Oh fuck, does that just look like a drop off there? It does, doesn't it? Okay, let's not fall off there. We've just passed a lootable box. Let's go have a look. Go and explore that area in just a minute. This is the direction that I came from. Flossie, my friend, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, I missed that one. You know what these places need is some of those rats they have out in Pyro. Just running around. Can't scale these things. It's a bit disappointing. Floaty box. Oh no, it's connected to a machine. It was a small box, like the one you were looting now. Okay. If we can find it in our explorations, we shall by all means loot it. Now, let's just go a quick run around this lobby area. Before we go into the other side. This is the side I was on, right? Yes, what's that? Pistol. These centers are pretty cool. There's so many places to explore. I've never really spent a lot of time looking around these areas, so I'm not sure if loot boxes being here is a new thing, or if they've always been here and I've just never explored them, which is probably likely the case. You know, just come here quickly, do a warehouse mission, and then piss off. You know, keeping in mind that back in those days, you know, you'd complete the mission and then you'd have to get out because you'd be trespassing. But, you know, now it seems that we can come to these locations whenever we want, which I think is fantastic. You know, from an exploration perspective and from a looting perspective, you know, being able to come here and just look around and... I found it. Yes, thank you, Ramoyne, for your instructions. It was back in the corridor. We went back there. Being able to come here and just, you know, find lit. You know, none of this is significantly huge amounts of loot, right? Like, this scope, if we can find somewhere to sell it, which I'm pretty sure we can take to Cubby Blast over in Area 18, it's not going to sell for a huge amount of money. So, you know, to some people, this would be entirely pointless. But for Argo and other explorationists who are, you know, not just, you know, gaming the contracts, but out there exploring and trying to find ways to earn cash buck dollary dues outside of just, you know, rinse and repeat contract after contract after contract. I think it's fantastic that we can come to these locations now and look around and find loot, and when we can pick up contracts when we're here. Like, these distribution centers are big enough to be able to come here and have a gameplay session here. You know, look around, loot, find stuff, medpen, and then, you know, go for an investigation mission and, you know, retrieve, you know, or find some, you know, lost employees, and then, you know, do a couple of, you know, warehouse relocation contracts, and then, oh no, the bad dudes have, you know, invaded Sector 11, you know, go and help them, sort of stuff. Like, being able to have a gameplay session here will be amazing. You want to do a remote access on your PC and see what kind of mess you got going on in your OBS crouch. Yeah, it's a bit weird, man. It's a bit weird. I'll have to do all of that stuff, but we shan't be doing it right now. So we haven't found huge amounts of loot. Bits and pieces. Now, at the end of the day, for an account that is sort of relatively restricted in how it can earn cash buck dollary dues, I really enjoy this. Just, you know, just the slow gameplay, the walking around, investigating areas, collecting what sort of loot I can find that has some sort of value. Med pen. Okay, I'll get all of our med pens. Take this, press spells. And you know, I probably should be collecting some of these flares again from the perspective of Life Uncharted. You know, there are a bunch of side quests that call for all of these medical equipment and flares and all that sort of stuff. But at the moment, I'm not really collecting too many of them, or any of them. We're basically looking for valuable loot. And I've got heaps of these harvestables now, enough to complete, you know, the side quests that Argo currently has active. Whether we manage to pick up some Rayari collection contracts or not, I'm not entirely sure. You know, that's just, I don't think I've added those into the side quest system. So there's zero chance at the moment that we'll pick up Rayari quests through the side quest mission system. But, you know, we may pick it up from, you know, the quest feature on Twitch. But that's you know, relatively restricted, right? Okay, so this is one of the warehouses. Or not quite, I think on the other side. So it may not be everyone's cup of tea, but, you know, I really enjoy... Did someone open this? Or is it already open? Where does someone open that? I really enjoy this. You know, I'm looking forward to there being more of this sort of opportunity in the game. You know, again, keeping in mind that these locations used to be contract specific. Oh, where does the hell does this go? You couldn't come here without a contract. But now we can. Love it. Metaphysical, you have issues with your PC? I ordered some CMOS batteries tonight in the hope that solves them. Man, I haven't changed a CMOS battery for, I want to say, over a decade. But then again, I've never had a computer that's a decade old. Let's go crawling around in here, eh? I think that's taking us underneath the walkways. That'll explode if we shoot it. We found one pistol, so at least we are armed, right? If we do manage to get into a warehouse where there's some sort of activity going on. I don't know if that's the case or not. But I guess we shall find out. Sunset berries, heart of the woods. You notice that the clock was 30 minutes behind and I'm having trouble logging onto the PC and using my keyboard. I did a hard reset the other night, but yeah, the clock thing made me wonder, maybe. Interesting. Wait a minute, what just happened then? Open door. No accessy. No. Closed door. Back the way we came. Oh, I think we can climb up through here. So we walked all the way through underneath there. No, don't jump down there. Okay, so this is the exterior now, where you can come in through the doors. That'll take us out to the exterior zones. Yeah, this is where you'd usually find that body you were searching for. Yeah, they're always in those little, you know, access hatches or access tunnels. There's anything down this way. Now, see if we can go inside and find a warehouse and see if there is anybody in there, if there's any NPCs or anything in there. Maybe we'll go explore. I guess we could go outside, have a look around some of the exterior zones. We are somewhat armed with that Uberev pistol that we found. Sometimes these hatches open up. What is this? Oh, a travelator. Thought it was some sort of vehicle. Well, I guess it is. Well, let's head on over here. More harvestables. What we're really looking for are those ammo boxes that have armor and stuff in them. I mean, these are good. They'll sell, but armor is what we're really looking for. I did find one C54 when I was here. I say illegally. You know, obviously there's nothing illegal about us being here, but you know, illegal for Argo, right? It wasn't supposed to come here. I didn't, you know, normally when we have a session with Argo Hurston, wherever I log off is where we log back on. I'm not going to collect this because, you know, these special skinned tools aren't worth anything. Is where we log back on. So in theory, we should have logged back in over in Crusader, because that's where we finished up last week. Excuse me. All right, so that's... Well, look... Are they bad dudes? I guess we're going to find out as we get closer. I thought we had a pistol. We do have a pistol. Why can't I equip the pistol? Oh, it's stupid. Why can I not equip the pistol? Oh, maybe because this is an armistice zone? Maybe I can't equip weapons if I don't have a mission or something here. Okay, we just looked in this box. We went down this way. Alright, let's head over this way and see what happens till we get shot at. So this is Exterior Zone 2 where you normally fight bad guys. And if there were bad guys here, we'd be under attack right now. This is where you used to be able to come to find the Citadel boss armor. Seem to have a fairly generous sprinkling. The loot boxes about the side of the... Yeah, you know... It's not bad. It's not bad. You know, I didn't really do too much exploring when I was here illegally the other day. Hence the reason why we're back here with Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, to see what he can collect in his adventures. Again, being an opportunist, being a scavenger, an explorationist. Can re-equip that med pen that we jammed ourselves with and take a couple of extras. I'll take that. What? Server error? No takey. That's why we're here, to see what... I really want to find more of those ammo loot boxes. Is this a depot? I don't know why it'd be an armistice. Yeah, this is a DC, a distribution center. DCs do have armistice, so sporting a weapon is not an option unless it's a mission. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that, you know, if we had a mission here, then we'd be able to, you know, pull out a weapon, but given that we have no... Oh, let's just check it. Given that we have no mission, and thus probably therefore no bad guys around, I really enjoyed these fights here. They were good fun. I'm looking forward to them coming back. It's just a regular medical loot box. No armor, bit of Oza and some golden medmans. Man, remember how long we used to spend looking for golden medmans? Golden medmans. Given that this guy's here working happily away, I don't think that there's any bad dudes. Ooh. Take some grenade launcher ammo. It's not going to be worth anything, but you know, why not? We might find a grenade launcher at some stage and then be able to fire off a couple of rounds. But what we really do need is more of those ammo boxes. Another medical one. When I went to a Sakura work center on my expedition, on my excursion, my outing, I got so much armor out of the loot boxes there. Maybe we'll head back there. I reckon we've been here for about half an hour, maybe a little bit longer. Herge Quetler, what's called Verse Guide, did say that we would that the sun would be setting in what, 84 minutes. So I guess once that happens, we can jump back in and see which distro will be having a little bit of daylight. No ammo boxes in this area. We'll take all of this stuff because it does sell. You know, I guess we're going to get some credits for this stuff. Again, we're not making big money here. But from Argo's perspective, any cash buck dollary dues we can make is all going to contribute. Let's head on up. This is where I put a loot. This is where I'd put a loot box. Oh man, I reckon someone's already been here. Yeah. Oh, we're just having real bad luck with our loot pulls on these boxes. It is cool that there's these NPCs here, but it'd be nice if they had something to say. You know, just random voice lines and stuff like they have now in Pyro, which are a little repetitive and I'm sure will be expanded as time goes on. Not sure you're supposed to be here. And then every now and then one of them would give you some weird, pointless little quest. Hey, I left my radio over in the lobby. Got 500 credits if you bring it back to me. I mean, it doesn't always need to be credits. I'd settle for a new hat every now and then. Plenty of multi-tools, which I guess is to be expected, right? We are in a, you know, an industrial area. Question, even if not searched, do you think they refresh the contents of a lootable box anyway, or just leave alone if not interacted with? No, the boxes refresh. So we, like, after we've finished exploring around here, we can head off back to where we originally started in the lobby, and the boxes there will have, you know, respawned, and we can, you know, you can do a loot cycle here, right? Hello? Dude? Rude. I'm coming down the ladder and you're... Well, I guess he was almost at the top of the ladder, right? And I just started descending. Yeah, you can... No. You can do a loot cycle, right? Run around, collect all the loot, and then, you know, go back. And by the time you get back to the beginning, I guess it depends on how long the loot cycle is. The boxes will, you know, respawn. You always take the pro glow sticks. Yeah, these are the ones that, you know, will light up and then you can re-crack them, right? And they light up again. Whereas just the regular glow sticks are single use, yeah? I've never... You know, I know this is not terribly exciting, and I appreciate everyone who's chilling out with me and hanging out on this Sunday evening. I know that this is not terribly exciting gameplay, but I've never really explored, and I don't know if you guys have either, like these distribution centers. I've never actually gone around and, you know, seen everything and just checked the place out. Obviously there's loot containers here. Not as many ammo containers as I'd like to see, as I'd like to find. But, you know, at the end of the day, as long as we're walking away with something, then I don't really mind. And from the perspective, I guess, if you're doing the Rayari missions, you know, these are the places to come to find all the harvestables, because they're just everywhere. Probably looked in this box already. I think there was a multi-tool in it, right? Oh yeah, this was the stuff we couldn't loot in the med pens. So if you wanted to fill up your coffers with all the harvestables, then you know, a run around a distribution center is well worth the effort, I suppose. Oh, the pro ones never run out. Oh, okay. So when you crack it, they just stay lit, hey? Mr. Rhino, how are you, my friend?
You are
I hope you've had a wonderful weekend.
for a violation of the verbal harassment statute.
Well, I appreciate you joining us. I'm sorry that we started without you. But you're here now, and I appreciate you being here with us. As we run around, oh, another weapon one. What have you got for us? As we run around, oh man, I swear somebody has been here already. I swear somebody has been here already. We'll check first, guide, you know, once we've finished up here and see, as I was saying, which distribution center is going to have a bit of daylight. And we shall relocate. Although maybe someone else has exactly the same idea. And they've just finished up their loot run here. And has moved on to the next DC. You've just done a 6-hour round trip taking your son home. That's a drive. That's a drive. I hope you guys had a good time together, though. Landing pads. I'm not sure it's worthwhile checking these boxes anymore. I guess we can just do like a full sprint around looking for, you know, the ammo boxes. And so I'm assuming then, given that we didn't find any enemies out of any of these exterior zones, that if we do get into one of the warehouses inside, there won't be any bad guys there either. I would hazard a guess to say that the missions are required to spin up those fellows. And they're just not hanging out there for us to stumble upon. Kind of wondering how samey the DCs are, apart from the company logo stuff that is. Oh, they're all the same. They are all the same. What's up in here? Let's have a look in here, eh? This is where I'd stash some loot. Yeah, the DCs are all the same. They're like the UGFs. I guess we can go up there. A bit of a look around. Let's have a look. I think we found a pistol in one of these. It's no good. Take some more med pens, just in case. Crouch, do I get discounted Qantas flights? I do. What in the Zelda is this song? It's just changed. Ooh, look at that. How much of a discount? I can't talk about that, man. I cannot talk about that. Man, these freaking loot boxes. But it's, you know, we get to either staff travel, which is standby. So we may or may not actually get on the flight. And the discount on those is significant. And then we get a regular staff discount if we want to fly confirmed travel. And that, you know, it's a discount, but it's not as big as staff travel. It's not good. I can't talk about that. Continues to talk about it. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is, man. Yes, this one looks like it's going to have armor in it. God damn it, man. We need to go to Secura Sun, man. We need to go to Secura Sun. Meta, your ex-sister-in-law has worked for Qantas for about 35 years. That's a long time, man. That's a long time. You want better loot, you need to go to the Hathor locations. Ooh. We do need to go to the Hathor locations. We've got to unlock those coordinates. The problem is, Argo doesn't have any of those coordinates unlocked. And they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Gonna go hit up Secura Sun, man. That's where I found a bunch of armor and stuff. More grenade pods. Wonder if they moved loot to the contested zones in Pyro and for the Hathor gig they are running right now. So the Hathor gig is running continuously. It's permanent. It's not an in-game event. Hathor locations are there permanently. I mean, the loot pool isn't unlimited, is it? Yeah, of course it is. The loot pool goes on and on and on. This is cool though. I've never really, as I've said many times now, spent this long just exploring around, you know, these zones. Yes, the loot isn't fantastic, but you know, again, from Argo's perspective, you know, whatever we can loot that doesn't, you know, require a great deal of risk is always beneficial. You know, the changes to you know, the tier 1 item recovery is good. But, you know, from Argo's perspective, that's not really the big concern, right? It's our ship. Our ship is the issue. Welcome to the Echo Club, Rhino. Our ship is the big issue. If we lose our ship, that's a significant setback. Simply because of the amount of stuff that I've got in the ship. It will go away shortly. And nobody knows why. And then it will come back later on. And nobody knows why. It is an issue I shall investigate. Who knows why, man? Well, we've got our new hardware, man. Early birthday present. Woohoo! Oh, I don't think it's working anymore. Well, we got the new birthday present, the Roadcaster Duo. So it's installed and operating, but I haven't dived into the depths of it yet. It's been sitting here for a while. It's been sitting here for a while. And we cannot get inside it. You bought yourself an Easter present, Matter. 32 gig of 3200 DDR4, and you installed it today. Lovely. Well, happy Easter. Congratulations. It's nice to have a little bit of extra RAM. New update is, or an upgrade is good. Good. All right. I think we've almost, well, actually, I was going to say we've almost explored the entire perimeter, but I'm going to say we've explored half of it. I did leave a loot box back there. I wasn't feeling confident that it would have anything in it. It was just one of those blue medical boxes, not one of the grey ammo boxes. Oh, we'll check it. Yeah, I was watching Space Tomato's stream yesterday or the day before, I think, and he was at one of the Hathor locations and running around collecting loot. He was a new account doing a sort of zero to hero sort of thing. So being able to get over to those locations would be certainly beneficial. I guess we could go over there with the bare minimum and just and see what we can find. Again, keeping in mind that everything Argo carries with him is valuable. Doesn't really matter if it's 250 credits for the multi-tools or more significant items. Obviously, we want valuable loot, but those are hostile locations, so, and everyone is checking them out right now. So if we do decide to go there, we're going to have to go with the minimum amount of stuff that we need just to limit the loss, so to speak, if something does happen there. Keeping in mind that we have a whole bunch of expenses. Damn it, man! I swear to God, someone's been here. We have a whole bunch of added expenses through A Life Uncharted for reclaiming our ship and insurance costs and all that sort of stuff. So just reclaiming a ship is not just reclaiming a ship. It's I think it's 15 grand or something like that at a minimum. And we have 15 grand, but if I don't have to spend it on reclaiming a ship, I really don't want to. So we'd have to be careful if we went to those locations. Careful entering security controlled spaces might mean you summon a security team to deal with Argo. Well, we'll see. If we do, we can get into a firefight. Maybe we get away with some armor and some weapons. Alright, back inside. I think we've had a good exploration of this DC. They're quite vast, man. They're quite vast. Like I was saying earlier, it would be nice to be able to come here and just, meet NPCs, go to the lobbies, talk to the people there, meet people inside the facility, people outside. Like I said before, I left my tools over at this location. I've got a spare bottle of Cruise if you want to, retrieve them for me, sort of stuff. Man, these ammo boxes have not been good. Have not been good to us. They've just not been kind at all. So we certainly haven't walked away with any significant goodies. But we've certainly had a good look around. Light pistol. You can imagine just how busy these places are supposed to be. People moving and doing, cargo moving about, toing and froing, carts and trolleys and forklifts a go-go. Yeah, you know, these you know, I wouldn't be surprised as things continue to move forward that, you know, these locations are just teeming with activity. That, you know, a DC might have its own dedicated DGS simply because of how much activity is going on here, whether it's player-based or, you know, NPCs, you know, and activity galore. What's in that box over there? Man, I think we've only found one set of armor, right? This one. This Link's arms. Out of all of these ammo boxes. I'm not gonna say no, right? As I've said many times now, anything Argo can get his hands on is good. It's just that the loot drops in these boxes just haven't been fantastic. Either somebody's been here recently and looted everything, or our luck has just not been good. Alright, let's head on out of here. Find our way back to the lobby. And make our way over to Sakura Sun or whatever DC is in the daylight. Mr. Potato, welcome to the underwater world. Welcome to the Echo Chamber. Welcome to the mystery. Join the club. Feel free to sit down. Take a load off. And we can all ponder together why sometimes there's an echo and why other times there's not. Found a set of arms for something called a piecemeal armor. Yeah, I've ran past quite a few boxes, Lemoyne. I'm giving up on them. I'm getting out of here. We've got a backpack full of multi-tools and tractor beam attachments. And we're going. You know, I guess... look, let's have a real quick look around the maintenance area just before we head off. It's been a little while since we've been here. We'll have a quick skim through and see if anything else has respawned. More multi-tools, more scopes. I am hoping we're going to have to take an adventure across to ArcCorp to Cubby Blast, because I think it is one of the only places to sell attachments like scopes and stuff. Certainly they don't buy them at Lawville, and they don't buy them at Everest Harbour. Our body! Our body! Man, I think you're, cannot be helped. Mr. Mustang joining us on Twitch, 07, how is the verse? look, we're out here with Mr. Argo Hurston, episode 16 of A Life Uncharted, exploring our way through these distribution centres. This is the Kovalax distribution centre on Hurston. Picking up, sadly, mostly multi-tools and tractor beam attachments. Our luck in these ammo boxes hasn't been fantastic. More bloody tractor beam attachments. No point taking that multi-tool. It's not going to be worth anything. But you know, we're having a good explore. You know, first time I've actually properly spent some time looking around these distribution centres, both down here in the maintenance tunnels and then
Twitch is
out
broadcasting
in
a new
the,
follower alert, sir.
Mustang
Inquisitor Core.
146 BMX is now following on Twitch.
Mr.
Welcome
Mustang.
to After Dark.
Thank you for the follow. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend. We're here, as I said, episode 16 of A Life Uncharted, my custom rule set for playing Star Citizen, my interpretation of Star Citizen 1.0, where we're playing quite a heavily restricted and, you know, self-inflicted misery. With a whole bunch of restrictions and all that sort of stuff. Yes, now we're picking up some loot. Now we're picking up some loot. The boxes have respawned. We're getting ourselves a little bit of armor, which is going to be very useful for Mr. Argo Hurston. Our body! Kovalax don't even bother to recover their dead employees. No, I think we've cycled back now to where we were earlier on. There is the entrance to the lobby just over there. Let's duck over to the other side. Let's see what's happening over here. But I really enjoy playing on Argo's account. You know, having limitations and restrictions on when I can use the Moby Glass and all that sort of stuff is it changes the way that you play, and you know, not being able to just quantum travel wherever you want unless you have the locations and, you know, those coordinates. How long have I been playing Star Citizen? I originally backed the game in 2013, but then I really didn't seriously start playing until early 2022. I'd lost interest after about 2015, and I was like, man, this game's never coming out. It's not going anywhere. You know, the promises weren't real, and so I just forgot about it. But then in 2022, I was like, man, I'd spent so much money on that freaking game and have subsequently spent a ridiculous amount more. I should check out what's going on. And I just so happened to see a video on YouTube from Mr. Ollie43 talking about, I think the title was Star Citizen is actually amazing now. And I checked it out and I was like, actually, you know, it looks pretty good. Let me jump in and have a look. And we've been following along ever since on this ridiculous ride on this crazy game that has done enough damage to me to make sure that I've lost all of my hair. So, you know, how long have I been playing for properly? Since 2022. How much have I played? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. I mean, my streaming schedule is not as significant as it was when I first started streaming. You know, this has been the only stream this weekend. Normally, I've been trying to get... Oh, the Baku's full. I've been trying to get back into a Friday, Saturday, Sunday deal, but, you know, again, that hasn't always been reliable, so... We get on when we can get on. And I do appreciate everyone who has subscribed over on the old Twitcheroo, either with their own cashbuck dollary dues or giving me some of that Bezos coin. And for those people who are chilling out on YouTube, spending their time with me, dropping their likes, getting my views up and just contributing to the overall experience of the Crouch Potatoes. Your attendance, as always, is greatly appreciated. Like how you're going about playing, I normally do 0 to hero and will only give myself 1 ship and try to earn and trade into other ships. Look, it's so much fun, man. And you know, it really is. I mean, we've got a bunch of side quests we need to complete. It really is ridiculous. You know, the Life Uncharted is a whole rule set that I've made with a whole bunch of side quests and scripted mission, you know, selections. And this is our quest log at the moment. We've got to deliver it. Was that you? We can't get a pistol out in here anyway. We can't get shot in here. We've got a whole bunch of side quests that we need to complete. Mother's Secret Cure-All we can tick off right now. That's going to Edmund. Don't mix them together. That's going over to Edmund. It must be the fuses. We really need to get access to some abandoned ships so we can steal their fuses. Because we've had this mission for Pinewood for ages. It is paying us, you know, a little bonus, 2,367 to take it over to Queso Basin. But we haven't been able to find any abandoned ships that are open that we can pull the fuses out of. And obviously Argo only having access to the Archie bunker, the good old Cutter Rambler. You know, we can't just manufacture these in a Vulture or something. We can complete Sweet Sweet Fruit, deliver 5 Patambu and 5 Oza to Edmund, or we picked up this mission at Edmund, but it's gone over to Deacons. We can complain, you don't really need to know why. I need 5 Amiyoshi Plague and 5 Revenant Pods quick. Don't ask why. We can complete that. Oh, we've bloody got a janitorial shift that we need to do up at Everest Harbour. That's a nightmare. Looks awesome. I love your plan. Can't wait to see how far you go and what challenges await. Look, it's always a mystery with Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. What happens and what he gets up to. We haven't had a crash for quite some time, which is fantastic. We were just talking about, you know, insurance costs. I think it costs Argo. I think he has a 15,000 credit excess on his insurance, rules, fines, and infractions. Insurance excess. Oh, it's only $2,500. It's only $2,500, my insurance excess? That's ridiculous. Or do we pay our landing fees? Yeah, I think we pay our landing fees when we leave. It's super fun. You know, having to download data for quantum locations. I do need to change this, right? We were talking about this earlier in the stream. There needs to be a sliding scale. We were talking about the Hathor locations just before. Being much better for the loot than what we've been finding here at these distribution centres. And so thus, therefore, you know, those value of those places is significantly more than, you know, a mining outpost like Edmund or HDMS Pinewood or something like that. So those locations, you know, I might need to put, you know, for example, outposts might be $5,000, right? Because there's not a great deal to do there. DCs, you know, they might be, you know, $15,000. And then OLPs or whatever they're called, they might be $50,000, right? And so having to, you know, purchase the coordinates, you know, we've unlocked a fair bit now. You know, we've got a few places we can go to. This isn't all of them. List, you know, the number of quantumable locations has now increased quite a lot because they've been, you know, adding more and more POIs. So I need to update this list. But it's nice, you know, having that that feeling of unlocking the star map. Dad joke, I don't mean to be gross, but the only time it's good to yell, I have diarrhea, is when you're playing Scrabble, because it's worth a shitload of points. That's amazing. Dad jokes. Drops in with a dad joke. It's amazing. I hope you're on an amazing adventure. That's incredible. Alright, let's get out of here. Anybody in here? Are we going to find another body? Man, I can't wait until they bring back these missions. What is all of this stuff? Somebody's dropped a whole bunch of stuff here. Somebody's been here, man. Look at this. We got to get out of here, man. We got to get out of here. There'll be nothing in this box. All right. Abandon the DC. Somebody has already been here and has ruined our day. Alright, this is the security office. Let's get up out of here. Jump grab. Come on. Jump grab. We have managed to pick up a few bits and pieces. Not a huge amount, but that's okay. We've got a full backpack, mostly multi-tools and attachments. We've got found a few scopes and stuff, but you know, some armor. Alright, let's go. Torches off. Let's get back aboard the Archie bunker. And we'll head off to a new location. Hydrate! Man, it's still 26%, man. We don't need to worry about that until it's single digits, man. And even then, we got bottles on us and we got food in the ship. It's all good. It's all good. But I, my friend, shall hydrate. Alright. See, the ship doesn't despawn here at the DCs. So when you do get a good loot run and you're running backwards and forwards between the ship to store all of your goodies, it's nice that the ship doesn't despawn. Alright, let's dump everything. We really don't need any of this stuff. All of this stuff we can put into the loot box, the pistols. Sustenance, we might keep these. Everything else though, we don't really need any of this stuff, including the Uberev that we've got on us. We can put that in the container. Alright, let's just move all of that to the container. 50% full. Let's go, let's get out of here. An extended, protracted exploration of Kovalak's distribution center here on Hurston. Didn't really give us anything fantastic. Let's get ourselves ready for flight. As we all know, we can't fly in armor. Well, we'll leave our undersuit on. We can fly in an undersuit because we're gonna go hit up another distribution center. And I think we might configure a Treyu. Let's have a look where verse guide. Let's have a look. Where'd my mouse go? Sakura Sun is afternoon. The sun sets in 35 minutes. Alright, so let's request departure.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Activate thrusters. Activate the thrusters.
Certainly, Commander.
Retract landing gear.
Retracting landing gear, sir.
Alright.
Please stand by.
So what we'll do is we'll quickly teach Atreyu how to navigate to Sakura Sun. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Alright, we'll quickly jump into the old voice attack. And we'll duplicate this one. Set a course. Actually, we need the full proper name, right? Let's close that. Good old voice attack, hey? Let's set a course. Duplicate this. Set a course for Sakura Sun I'm just going to call it Sakura Sun Work Center because I'm always going to forget that is called Magnolia. But here, the tray will put in here properly. Sakura Sun, Magnolia, Work Center. We'll apply that. Set a course for Sakura Sun Work Center.
Acknowledged.
Alright, let's go have a look. Let's see what they have. So the Hathor locations are the OLPs, right? The orbital location platforms or something. Maybe we might need to buy the coordinates for some of those. We'll hop around to Sakura Sun. What's a bit PAF? PAF? Are you talking about the Hathor platforms? The Hathor locations maps? Good luck avoiding the PvP weekend warriors. PAF. Okay, lovely. Oh, well, you know, that's what it is. You know, it's all part of it. Like I said, you know, we want to go there with the minimal amount of stuff. You know, I thought my insurance excess was 15 grand. I might make it 15 grand. I really, now that we've had 16 episodes, well, this one being the 16th episodes of Life Uncharted, and you know, we've been making good progress with Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourable, the Ginger King. I've realised now that I need to have a sliding scale of expenses and costs, so that as we do go through and complete missions and side quests, and I've really knocked back the quest feature on Twitch. I think it now has a 2-hour cooldown. That's made a huge difference, because there was a period where we were just doing quest after quest after quest, and Argo was making good money, but from the perspective of Argo, making too much money. And so we had to cull it back. What is the minimum cheer here? Crouch Metaphysical? I think it's 1 bit. I don't know why the cheers aren't playing though. The cheer alerts aren't playing. I don't know. Maybe the minimum is 25. I don't know, Meta. I don't know. It says 25 when you click on it. It's 25 bits. You just went to a PAF and a Polaris Connie and F7 rolled up on you. Brutal. What are the PAFs? Let's say from what, if we have a look at the map again, and we type in here PAF. These are the Hathor locations, right? Lamina, Raptura PAF 2, Raptura PAF 3, Viviera. So these are the Hathor locations. Let's have a look. This one's over on Daymar. So here are those 3 for Lamina. Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Really got to sit down and redo all my voice alerts. What is going on? Oh, the antenna locations to align their dishes with the orbital overhead. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What ship is next for the Ginger Ninja? The Ginger Ninja Bogan? Look, it's probably going to be the Cutlass Black, right? You know, we've had a few discussions about this right now. The Nomad is only 1.6 only. I say from Argo's perspective is that's a lot of cash. Is probably the cheapest upgrade, being 1.6 million, but it doesn't really have, well, it doesn't have any internal storage that's accessible at the moment. It doesn't really have like the weapon racks that are required for, you know, Argo's gameplay style. I can't believe we lost our max lift, man. That's so annoying. It's an affordable choice, but it's probably not the best one. Argo, from Argo's perspective, Argo would definitely want to see himself in a Crusader C1. Certainly over the Zeus, you know, just because of, you know, Argo's I am better than I think I am, you know, attitude. You know, there's a reason when he got married to Amelia, he took her last name instead of keeping his own. You know, he wanted to be a Hurston. He thought he was a Hurston. He thought he deserved to be recognized as a Hurston. And so that's why he took Amelia's name. And you know, that's why he's kept it even after the divorce 3 years ago. He's still kept her name, which is the reason why the Hurstons are all pissed off with him, and he has so many restrictions in Hurston and can't go to the TDDs and stuff, and you know, he can't rent vehicles because the Hurstons have told, you know, the rental agencies, you know, this guy's not allowed to rent vehicles here in Hurston, and you know, but that's a little bit out of reach. They're 4.8 million or something. So the next ship for Argo is probably going to be the Cutlass Black. As much as Argo would like to see himself in a C1, I think that's going to have to be the next jump, right? You know, we go from the Cutlass Black into the Cutlass Black. We've got to keep in mind that Argo's grind is going to be constant. You know, as his potentials and his ability to continue earning money, so, you know, increases, so will his expenses, right? You know, we're slowly getting into the more and more expensive, you know, locations to buy. You know, the quantum locations, you know, the Edmund and Pinewood and all these other places. You know, it only cost him $5,000 to unlock them. These distribution centers cost 10 grand. If we want to go to these Hathor locations and stuff like that, they're going to cost 50 grand. So the grind, and this is why I say that A Life Uncharted is not zero to hero. I mean, it kind of is a form of zero to hero, but, you know, everyone's zero to heroes that I've seen, you know, end up being just, you know, a handful of episodes of zero, and then you're pretty much into hero status where you're earning massive amounts of money. There's, you know, unrestricted use of the Moby Glass and contracts and all that sort of stuff, whereas, you know, obviously we can't just use the Moby Glass whenever we want. It either needs to be triggered by side quests, and, you know, as you can see, we haven't gone anywhere. We got to pay some fucking landing fees. Keep on forgetting. And I don't think we paid them at the last place either. Let's pay our landing fees. 1,000 for the last place, 1,000 for this place. You know, we haven't been into any locations where we can pick up, you know, new side quests, which have the potential then to activate a Moby Glass contract. And we've had the one quest, as I said before, I've dialed it back now. It has a 2-hour cooldown on when people can spend their Tim Tams on Twitch to fire up a quest. So I think it's going to be a while. I think, you know, it's going to be, I mean, it's taken us 16 episodes to go from absolutely no coin to having a functional ship and 641,000 credits. It's taken us 16 episodes. This episode hasn't been the most lucrative, but then again, you know, we really don't want huge amounts of money just influxing, you know. We want things to be not difficult, but, you know, interesting, right? Did I forget to bring a helmet and thus therefore have no torch? Let's just put the armor on properly. Why are we half armored? You have the same paint on your cutter and cutlass black, Ramoyne. Yeah, I think when Argo gets his cutlass black, I think I need to have the same paint on it. I mean, we can repaint the Rambler. I think the price that we set way back at the beginning of A Life Uncharted was 50 grand, because at that stage, like, that was a huge amount of money. You know, when we were collecting bloody med gowns and stuff, and you know, we were making tiny money. You know, 50 grand sounded like a lot, but you know, we just did a $45,000 hauling contract, and we've probably got 10,000 credits worth of loot in the box. Not all of it from this session, but you know, let's just get ourselves properly equipped for an Argo ship. But it's so much fun. It really is so much fun. I don't think we need to worry about anyone coming in here, because this is an instance tanger. Super 5! How are you, my friend, joining us on Twitch? Next ship should probably be a retribution. What is a retribution? So you've got something to work against. Don't let the waiting before it's in-game stop you. What is a retribution? You're debating getting the paint for the Vulture? I do like it. I do like it. And you know, obviously I've got that on this ship because it fits the narrative and Argo's story, right? But it is a cool paint. Alright, so I don't think we're going to worry about checking anything except these armor boxes. Sakura-san. Wow Blaster, loads of scopes. Artemex helmet. And lodestone. Okay, alright, so immediately the first box that we come across is giving us some lootsies. Alright, let's go around. So I don't think we're going to worry too much about any of the other loot boxes that aren't, you know, the ammo boxes. Let's just hit up all the ammo boxes. Whichever ones we find, right? Maybe these. Sometimes there's pistols in them, but you know, LH86 ammo would be good. Let's open this up properly. I guess we can just have a look in all the boxes. Why not? You know, multi-tools and tractor beam attachments, they will sell. You know, we'll get a bit of cash buck dollary dues. We've got heaps of harvestables. We don't really need any more of those. We've got enough to complete the side quests that we have in the quest log. And you know, at the end of the day, nobody's in any real rush here, right? You know, whatever we can find that's going to add money to Argo's balance is can only really be a good thing. You know, if I wanted quick money, I wouldn't be playing like this. Oh, it's the UEE ship to counter Vandal, etc. About 2,700 meterish long. Should fit a rock and whatnot and some space for cargo. It does sound a little excessive. Yes! This is Sakura-san, man, coming through with the goodies. This is what we want. We've almost filled our backpack already. With some good loot. did manage to outfit my the weapons that I have aboard the Archie bunker at the moment with, you know, suppressors and stuff. Nungi bear? No. It's time for bed, sweetheart. It's 12:15, darling. It's 12:15. Oh. Yes, darling. It is. Oh, some P4 ammo. Lovely. I said 12:15. 12:12 is close enough to 15 to be 15. Oh, no, it's not. I will rip off your eyebrows, and then you'll have no eyebrows. I'll take one of these drinks with us in case we get a little thirsty along the way. Super 5, welcome to the What's Going On with the Audio Club. You can join the masses of the unexpecting people when they first arrive who ask what the hell's going on and why does that sound keep, you know, coming and going. And I think we can all by now let Super 5 know that we have no idea why. It is a mystery. All right, we gotta move some stuff, man. So we can grab this last. We got enough room for it? But yeah. Your iPad will probably be where you left it last. Oh. Carrie? Seems Sakura-san don't care about their dead employees either. Or is that a Hurston thing? Seeing as the site is on Hurston, it's probably a Hurston thing, right? It's probably a Hurston thing. Good enough. Alright. We gotta head back. We don't even have enough room to take these, oh god, which way? This way? This way? This way. Oh, where the hell does that go? Never seen that before. Well, I'm sure I've probably seen it, just never noticed it. Yeah, Super 5, there's some sort of weird echo that that comes and goes. Don't know why. There's another box. We have to come back here. We gotta. Oh man, we gotta drop off this stuff. We're gonna empty our backpack. Yes, sir. Oh, it's the mother load. Now that I've opened this box, it freaking won't be here when I get back. Okay, so this is not the way we came. This is a new direction. Conduit management. Maintenance corridor. Well, there's the tunnel that we came through and popped out. We're going to drop these pants as soon as we jump up there. All Hurston employees have free healthcare and regen. Can't pay off your debts to them if you're dead. Yeah, that's true. Echo is echo, but you were almost muted, and I'd figured it's mainly at my end, actually. You know, I was testing some audio software earlier. Aha! Good night, sweetheart. Oh man, these pants are just way too big. Alright, we might just have to come back for them. Yeah, I can't get up there carrying these. We're gonna drop them. Let's go. This door you can't get out of. Why, I have no idea. Go the other way. Well, this has been much more successful. I wanted to do one of these sort of, videos of like, how much can you loot in like just 2 hours of gameplay, right? No combat, just adventuring around looting stuff. Hitting up mining outposts and the boxes and stuff, loot boxes, and obviously now we can add in here the DCs. You usually use Logitech Mixline, but was testing SteelSeries Sonar. Both is a form of mixer software that takes control of Windows Audio Mixer. You uninstall SteelSeries and weird stuff happened. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We've uninstalled Voice Meter. Another AO3, beautiful. We've uninstalled Voice Meter. We now have the Rodecaster Duo plugged in and running, but it hasn't really been configured properly. Well, I haven't played with it yet, but there's nothing really that explains why this echo is coming and going. "2 hours? Why settle for anything less than how to speedrun Star Citizen?" Well, from the perspective of, the casual sort of gamer who, just wants to explore around and, how much can you loot in 2 hours? Let's head back in. Hope you do manage to make it back to that box and pick up what you dropped along the way. Oh, I'm sure we will. We'll find our way back there. Have I disabled any audio that you don't use? Yeah, nothing is running that doesn't need to be running. Alright, there's the pants that we dropped, or the leg armor. 46% of my backpack, are you kidding me? And then we went straight along. We hooked a right. Went through this way. Ah, damn it, we're lost. I know we didn't go through there. We'll find it. We'll come across it again, I'm sure. More scopes and attachments. More med pens and harvestables. Is this the loot box of glory? Or has it respawned into something else? Yes, sir. Yes. Yes! 97%. Alright. Back to the ship. I've already forgotten. This way. Mic and software usually have a decibel boost for microphone input. Higher the value, higher the boost. Some mics need higher, others less boost to be able to capture sound at a given instance. If that isn't set up correctly, other software may try to auto boost as needed, and that often causes echoes. Ooh. Yeah, interesting, okay. Nope. Back this way. Power facility. I don't know why we can't get out through this door. It's so weird. It's like it's got an invisible shield on it. Yeah, so there's no other, I don't have any other audio software running, like, you know, sonar or anything like that. I've uninstalled Herge Quertler, voice meter. OBS doesn't have any filters or anything assigned to any of the audio sources. It's all just purely naked. But it's weird that the echo comes and goes. Be interesting if, you know, if it was happening on a, you know, in a repeating pattern. If it started every 10 minutes and lasted for a minute and then stopped, and then started again 10 minutes later and lasted for a minute and then stopped. Yes, loot. Let's go. There's a lot of running backwards and forwards when there's lots of loot like this. I guess you could... well, I was going to say, I guess you could drag a box around with you, but I don't know if we can use a tractor beam here, right? Given that it's an armistice zone. But we'll finish our exploration of the maintenance tunnels. And I think by the time we've finished that, we will have filled up that box. And then we are here all night. We have no limitations on tonight's schedule with Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. Normally, we only do a 4.5 hour session, maybe 5 at a stretch with Argo. But today is kind of, you know, just an opportunity for us to spend a little bit of time, you know, leveling up Argo, so to speak, and, you know, getting out on some adventures. So we've got plenty of time to adventure about. I also need to, maybe a little bit later on, after we've finished our explorations of these distribution centres, which, you know, I think is a fantastic location to come for harvestables, like all of these harvestables, for the Rayari missions. Obviously, when we spent some time last weekend, you know, searching the wild to try and harvest this stuff out there in the wilderness, it, you know, was far from being successful. But yeah, a quick run through one of these distribution centres, or, you know, a couple of runs, and you'll pick up heaps of those things. We do need the keypad. Okay. In we go! If it's USB-based mics, some of those may need to be used from its own dedicated port on the motherboard so it has enough power. Others may work over a powered USB hub or monitor USB hub. Not meant to be easy to figure out what causes such. No, well, I have a Shure SM7B. It's a XLR mic. It's plugged into the Rodecaster Duo. And then that is porting out the sound to both my streaming PC and the gaming PC. The fact that the echo's not consistent is the weird part of it, right? Down into the depths. Let's just concentrate on the ammo boxes. That's really what we're looking for. Is the loot out of the ammo boxes. You know, we have collected a few pistols out of these smaller ones, and sometimes there's Quacklebacklers in the other one, in the blue boxes. I mean, I'm collecting all these scopes, but I am yet to date, you know, found a place to actually sell all of the attachments. I got a feeling we can sell them at Cubby Blast, which I've mentioned a couple of times now. So, you know, we're going to have to go down there for a bit of an adventure and see what's there in terms of, we'll I disable all audio except my monitor and mic. All my audio is picked up from monitor to speakers. I get no conflicts. Excuse me. Excuse me. I do like how, obviously, we're in a different company, right? So these guys have different uniforms.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert.
I do like how they have different
Herbal extract is now following on
which kind of makes
Twitch.
sense.
Welcome to After.
Herbal Extract, how are you, my friend? Thank you for joining us here on our lazy exploration of some distribution centres with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston, for episode 16 of A Life Uncharted. Who would have thunked it would have lasted this long before Argo became too powerful? But I guess with all the restrictions that A Life Uncharted imposes upon our favourite bogan, it's not unreasonable or not unexpected to understand why it has taken us 16 episodes just to get to the point where Argo is. It's going to take, how long is it going to take us to get this freaking Cutlass Black, man? It's going to take ages. Another AO3. More bloody multi-tools. Ooh, Ardent SL Core. Oh, grenade launcher. Oh, see, I knew there was a reason why we collected all those grenade launcher magazines at the other DC we were at. We just found ourselves a grenade launcher. Let's go, Argo. When echo is not consistent, that often leans toward some power issue or dB boost isn't high enough. Well, we can boost the dB. Let's put it up to 62. That sounds pretty significant to me. Oh yes, sir. Yes! Microid Battlesuit Arms Lowland. What the hell are those things, man? We found a railgun at Hathor on Friday? Yes! Argo will get the cuddy when 1.0 goes live. What the hell were these Microid Battlesuit Arms? Okay, interessant. Alright, so we're getting some good loot here at Sakura Sun. Backpack is full. Do we continue our exploration? Oh, don't go in. I don't really want to go in there. Or do we jump up into the security office and go stash all of our stuff? Let's go stash our stuff. Yes. Ramon, you have the full armor set for the Microid Battlesuit Lowland. The wise thing to do would be to secure all the loot. Let's go pop it in the ship. Well, we can't carry anything more, right? Microid is the armor that has the skirt. I need one more piece for the full new armor set in sand color. Oh, interesting, interesting. Yes, Argo. Let's go. There she is, the Archie Bunker. Good old Cutter Rambler. Alright, let's put that in there and we'll just move everything into the loot box. Oh, maybe. How big is this grenade launcher? Is it like a big weapon? No, it doesn't go in there, hey? Let's pop it in here. Let's keep the grenade launcher. Alright, let's go! That's why the weapon racks in, the Nomad are just no good for Argo. It's got 2 rifle slots and that's it. No spaces for tools or, anything like that. No spaces for pistols or, multi-tools, tractor beams, mining tools, I mean, the weapon racks in the Cutlass Black aren't fantastic either. And even in the Crusader C1 Spirit, there are, everything falls shy to the Cutlass series, to the Cutter series. All right, let's go back to the security office. We might as well go back to this, rather than running through the same place. We'll go back to the security office and drop down through the little manhole. Yeah, the nade launcher is not that good. It got nerfed, and I'm sure it's plenty good. It shoots grenades and kills things. That sounds good to me. I threw a grenade in a UGF a couple of weeks ago and killed some guys. If I don't have to throw it, I can just shoot them. That sounds pretty good to me. Alright, we've been through this area here already. Let's go this way. Unsure of where I've already been. I haven't spent enough time in these locations to, figure out the map, so to speak. But the more time I spend in them, mechanical room, the more time I spend in them, the more I'll become obviously familiar with them. Top floor. And we haven't even gone into the facility yet to go for a bit of a run around. This is the entrance. Let's go this way real quick. I think we're pretty much done with this this area. And we've looted everything we can loot. We haven't looted everything we can loot. Oh, P6. Oh, change that for the AO3 I've currently got in the weapon racks. Love a P6. Some Coda rounds, Lumen rounds. Because they are mirrored, the left side of the DC is the same as the right side. Another body in here. Sorry, dude. Send location to nobody. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. I'm sorry, dude. Can't wait for the missions at the distribution centers to come back. Maximum use of these facilities, CIG. Maximum use. Hello. Hello. This is one of those ladders that I haven't seen before. Where does it go? Where does it go? Goes into a little room with a crawl space. Oh, another body! Man. Oh, where is this place? Is this the meeting area? Looks like a staff lounge to me or something like that. Employee lounge. Okay, that's good to know. Nice. Argo Hurston, thief, stealing crap from any box you can, mate. This stuff has been forgotten down here, like all of the bloody bodies, man. Nobody even knows this stuff is down here. Atmospheric control, life support. So, you know, I'm not really stealing anything. I'm just sort of, we're recycling this stuff, really. That's what we're doing. You know, we're yeah. You know. We're only feet away from food and water. Alright, ammo only. Like all these medical stations, like getting missions to restock these medical locations with all of the other injectables. You know, the only thing people use are med pens, right? And, you know, I guess there's no other reason to have to use any of the other things. They do come in useful, and I have used them from time to time, but, you know, what point are they? I don't even have any side quests in the Life Uncharted rule set that make use of all the other medicals. Really, I need to sit down, put some Stargate on, and just go through missions. Maybe we'll do a bit of that later on. We'll sit down and we'll pop on some... We'll do some YouTube reviews, man. And watch some random crap. And put in some... add some new quests to the quest log. Oh, where the hell's this? I don't think I've ever been here before. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Have we come outside? We're outside. What? And it's nighttime. Oh, that's not enjoyable. Man, I've never gone through those tunnels and come outside before. I totally get lost in these places, in those tunnels. Are we going to run around in the dark? Sakura-san. Make each day better. They should tell what those are on those medical kiosks so you know what they do and use them. Yeah, look, the medical system really needs to be, you know, updated. Well, not updated, but utilized better. Oh, wow, okay. What have we got in our backpack? Do we need to empty it? 53%. We might as well go empty the backpack. Argo's quests have inspired UCT. I've started creating a random chart of side quests for my tabletop RPG sessions. Woohoo! Yeah, it needs to be fleshed out and used better. Yeah, it needs to have meaning. Alright, well, we found some good loot here so far at Magnolia Work Center. Sakura-san Magnolia Work Center. I don't really feel the need to have to keep any of this stuff. What I do want to do though is my AO3 that's over here. I do want to swap this out for the P6 for sure. What scope do I have on that P6, by the way? Let's do a little bit of fandangling because I'm pretty sure it has an 8 times scope on it. Okay, so I'm pretty sure in here we're going to have a 16 times scope. Weapons. Times size 3. So this has a size 3 rail on it, I'm sure. Yes, it does. So let's take that off and put the 16 times on it. And there we go. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have a suppressor that will go on here too. Where did the suppressor go? Okay, that doesn't make anybody excited. Oh, hang on. Is it finally updated? No. Okay, where did the suppressor go? That's disappointing. Because I only had this size 2. We've got a size 1, but that's no good for this rifle. That's disappointing. Oh, hang on, let's put it over here. On the AOG. The AO3. Hang on, wait a minute. Barrel, size 2, yeah. Tactical suppressor, size 2, yeah. On you go. What? Can I not put that on there? Alright, there we go. I think that's on there now. Yep. Lovely. Good old P6. Look at this. Oh, what's happening? We're having a little sit down. Love a P6. Okay, so we've got some decisions to make. Do we continue to have a bit of a run around and see if we can fill up this box, which is it's 95% full. I think it's time to go, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time to go. Let's go. Magnola, Sakura-san. What did I say before when we were over at Kovalax? I had way better luck at Sakura-san. We didn't get outside at all. I mean, I guess we could go outside, but you know, it's not time and dark. Let's go sell our box, right? Now, every time I've tried to sell a loot box up at Everest Harbour, they've never bought any of the attachments. Or the pistols. Yeah. So I've got a feeling we're going to have to go to Area 18 to Cubby Blast to sell those. I don't even think at what's called Baijini Point that they'll buy them there. I guess, you know, I don't even know if I have the coordinates for Baijini Point. Obviously we have Area 18 as one of the major landing zones, but I don't know if we've got the coordinates for Baijini Point. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Thank you. Let's have a quick look. Art Corp. Baijini Point. No, we don't have the coordinates for Baijini Point. I guess we can go to Area 18. Chuck all the pistols and everything in the local inventory, go to Cubby Blast, find out where the admin area is. I can never remember. Go and buy the coordinates. It's only $5,000 for the orbital stations. Or maybe there should be more. I don't know. They've got value, right? They're not the same as like the mining outposts where there's really nothing there. Maybe we can come up with something together. Only really loot and sell guns anymore, and I keep all the ones with paints. Yeah, but we don't have that option with Mr. Argo, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping that the bad dudes would be there at the exterior zones too when we went to Kovalax before, or in the warehouse, because then yes, that would have given us the opportunity to collect armor and you know, all that sort of stuff. But Bajini Point doesn't have an armor or gun store, I think. No, well, I mean, I wouldn't sell them at the armor or gun store anyway. I'd sell it through the cargo deck. Cubby Blast is good, and maybe no, Tammany and Sons at Lawville won't buy any of that stuff. Admin is the big red tower next door to the TDD at Area 18. Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's right. Set a course for Area 18.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Oh, hang on. Shit. Stop. Stop. It's freaking making changes to the Life Uncharted spreadsheet because my mouse is in the wrong place. Set a course for Area 18.
Acknowledged.
Deactivate cruise control.
Certainly, Commander.
I mean, I guess we could try and sell everything. Oh no, we don't have the coordinates for Bajini Point. Alright, off to Area 18. We'll stick... I mean, if we're going to go to Area 18 to Cubby Blast, we will get more cash buck dollary dues if we sell stuff at Cubby Blast than we will if we sell the cargo box at the cargo deck up at Bajini Point. The advantage obviously being up at Bajini Point, they'll just buy the whole box and give us the value of, you know, whatever is in it, but the value of whatever is in it will be less per item than it would be if we sold things individually at Cubby Blast. Now, I don't mind selling things at Cubby Blast. We just run a script on voice attack and it will do it for us. But I am tempted to see if Bajini Point will buy the pistols and the scopes and stuff that I know that they won't buy it up at Everest Harbour or at Tammany and Sons. That's always been one of the big issues that I've had with looting at Hurston, is I just end up with an inventory full of scopes. Because if you loot, say, a P4 with a scope on it, like a Tau ×4 or something on the P4 off of a 9-tail in a bunker, and you put it in your loot box and then you sell the loot box. When you sell the loot box, they strip all the attachments and everything off it and just put it back in your inventory. And then I end up with an inventory just full of scopes and scopes and scopes and scopes. So if at the cargo deck at Bajini Point, if they do buy those scopes, then A, that gives me an outlet to just be able to go and sell a box full of scopes. There's quite a few things that either can't sell or sell for 1 AUC, which is why I've switched to guns only. Yeah, that's, you know, the 1 AUC thing is annoying. The vests are amazing, man. 2,500 credits per vest. Always grab the vests, man. Even if you're not looting, really, if you go into a bunker, always grabs the vest. You can chuck them in your backpack. You can fit quite a few vests in your backpack. It gives you a little bit of extra cash buck dollary dues. Alright, let's head down to Area 18. Haven't been here for quite some time. Maybe we'll stop past New Deal and... not New Deal, Astro Armada. Yeah, they don't take up much space, Skeet. They're really good. Grab the vests. I mean, from a looting perspective, from an ordinary player perspective, it probably just is easy just to sell everything through a cargo deck. But you know, from Argo's perspective, it probably makes sense to really maximize his profits and spend the time to, you know, this is part of the, this is one of the challenges of Argo being a stream-only account, is, you know, how much value is there going to be for you guys watching me fly around and find the best place to sell a multi-tool? Obviously I can look it up online, but you know how we do things here at After Dark. We try to do as many things in game as possible. And from Argo's perspective, you know, we're playing as Argo. You know, he's not going to be able to go onto Google and just look things up, right? You know, he's going to have to say, you know, where's the best place for me to sell a multi-tool? And spend the time in-game, as boring as that seems to many people, flying around to different places and seeing what they offer for multi-tools. I do like how they've added this row of lights to the landing, to the spaceport here at Area 18. It's always so difficult to find in the dark. Burger Pops. What? No Google in the future? You mean they go out of business? Trump to blame? Alrighty. So I think the plan at this point I don't really know. Let's just put things in local inventory. We'll go to Cubby Blast and see if they will buy the scopes and the pistols and stuff, because they don't buy pistols up at the cargo decks either. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
Deploy landing gear.
Deploying landing gear. Please stand by.
Alright, let's spin around, just make things easier for ourselves. Deactivate the thrusters.
Of course, Commander.
Alright. What's the actual frame rate at the moment? Seems low on stream. I don't know. I'm going to say it's higher than 1. No idea. Right. Thing is, I spend a wee bit of time in the bar at Area 18 and have a drink or two after a successful cargo run or cargo haul. I like to try and live in my character a bit from time to time. I hasten to add that is a rare thing I do because it depends on my mood. Yeah, I like that. See, you know, there should, and hopefully at some point there will be in-game reasons for doing all of that sort of stuff. Alright, so we want to take all of these scopes. Can we just go to weapons and go to attachments? And can we move all? Don't know how that's taken up 32% of our space. Okay, we want sidearms. Move all. I can't be fitting a lot of these in the backpackaroo. Okay. Comes up under primary, handful, special. Nothing. Okay, so under weapons. Should we just take everything to Cubby Blast? I mean, we're going to get the best price at Cubby Blast for all of this stuff. It probably makes sense then from this perspective just to which one is my freaking Herge Quertler? Salvage. I think it's this one. It's probably this one because it doesn't work right. It's got a freaking module in it. Annoying pain in the butt. Yeah, true hold tractor beam attachment. Amazing. Okay. This is why one of my... Where's my max lift, man? These multi-tools are so unreliable. Tractor beam attachment. Okay, it's probably easier to take this box, put it on the freight elevator, and then just strip everything out of it, rather than to run backwards and forwards, putting things from our backpack into it, you know, local inventory. So if we send this down. Put it here and open it up. Select all and drag it into local inventory. Send the box back up. I guess we could have left the box down there for the moment, but... Alright, let's see what happens. Transfer complete. Let's just have a look in the box. There's still a whole bunch of stuff in the box. Of course there is. We managed to get one helmet. Okay. Let's leave that down there and see what's happened over here at the terminal. That's frustrating. Let's move all of these to local inventory. Move all. Move all. We ended up collecting a fair bit of armor. Don't really need any of it. I mean, I'm sure there's some armor here that'd be nice to have, but oh, come on. I'd rather at this point have the credits than, you know, try and find some fancy armor. Having said that though, I'm sure Argo would like to look through this stuff and find some better armor than like this stock standard Morozov that he's wearing. Alright, that's all of our guns, attachments, and armor. So now we should be left with ammo. We'll take the grenades, I don't know what pistol I've got on board. BR2s, railguns, FS9, okay. There's not really a great deal of point selling any of this armor because, again, it's not going to be worth a huge amount, but, you know, what am I supposed to do with it, right? The music is so suspenseful doing inventory upkeep. Alright, so that's everything. Our box is still in the warehouse, so we must remember to get that back, but we can't go running through Area 18 dressed like a robot. So let's strip off, let's get some clothes on. Yes, sir. And we'll head on in. Right. We'll hit up Cubby Blast. We'll hit up the admin area. To unlock at least by Genie Point. Rocket Memorial Spaceport. Lovely. Lovely. Thank you for the 8 likes so far on YouTube. I really do appreciate it. I've stopped putting, you would have noticed, a little message at the top of the pinned comment saying, can we get to X number of likes? We just let it happen organically. If people are enjoying this ridiculous gameplay with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston, I'm sure they'll drop a like. And if they don't, then they won't. But that pinned comment, I suppose, does give everyone just a gentle reminder constantly in the chat to drop a like. It does certainly help out the channel more than you know. I do remember when months back now, when I put out a little pinned comment there saying, can we get to 30 likes? I think we ended up making it all the way up to 86 or somewhere up about there. But that did, as the algorithm obviously does its job, ended up, we had 30, 40 people watching on YouTube. We had heaps of new people coming in to watch and subscribe, and so clicking that like button does make a huge difference. It does let YouTube know that perhaps other people interested in the same content that you like to watch might also find the ridiculousness here at After Dark of interest to them. Now I'm thinking if the ninja has taken all the Tim Tams. Nope, there's still some left in there because it's almost time, I think, for a little treat, a little hot chocolate, a little Tim Tam. Not storing the ship? Nah, the ship will get stored automatically. Janitor time metaphysical. We do have a side quest for a 30-minute shift up at Everest Harbour. I don't really want to do it. See, at the moment, there's no consequence for Argo not attending one of his scheduled shifts. Well, not that it's scheduled, but it's sitting in his quest log at the moment. He's got a 30-minute janitorial shift up at Everest Harbour. There's no consequence for not doing that shift. So again, as you know, the more I play and the more we talk and the more we discover and the more we play, the more ideas or the more requirements there are for having to expand out, the Life Uncharted rule set. And after the stream is finished, my mind's just fried that I can't then go back to that those spreadsheets and make those changes. Excuse me.
Waiting passengers should be mindful.
So we might do some of it
Strong winds can arise.
on the stream together, because nothing here is terribly exciting, and those people who are choosing to hang out with me and spend some of their time are obviously interested in the ridiculous adventures of everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston, and his escapades. And thus, therefore, I'm presuming you have some passing interest in the Life Uncharted rules which governs Argo's existence. And so thus, therefore, we can spend a little bit of time going through some of that together. With a little bit of weird music playing in the background. We can throw some notes into the rule set, so that after the stream I can sit down and have a look at some of those notes, maybe watch some SG1. And do a little bit of work, update some of those notes into actual rules. Posted the fugly Antium armor in Discord. Is that the one with all the glowy teeth and horns on it? That you can buy in the pledge store too, can't you? But it comes as a package with a ship skin for the Corsair, right? Actually, the Drake Corsair would be, I can totally see Argo from an expeditionary perspective, just working his way through the Drake series until he gets to the point where, the rule set has really allowed him to, get to the point where he's like, okay, I've had enough of this existence. I'm dropping all my cash on a Origin, 600i, and, I'm flying off into the sunset. All right, let's have a look. Cubby Blast, here we are. Oh, that's so. This is looted. Ooh, you looted it. Looted. All right, let's sell categories, attachments. That railgun magazine is worth $3,000. All right, so it looks like they're going to buy our attachments. They're going to buy the scopes. Some of them are only worth 1 credit. That's a bit disappointing, but it is what it is. I guess we could probably contribute to issue councils, posts for these things, that the EE04 4 times telescopic scope is worth 1 credit. The EE08 8 times telescopic sight is only worth 1 credit. 216 for the true holes, the tractor beam attachments. The laser pointers only worth 1 credit. All right, so they're going to buy the attachments, which is good. Personal weapons, so they're going to buy the pistols. Okay, not huge amounts of money for the pistols. A lot of the pyro multi-tools we collected are only worth 1 credit. Oh, I think maybe because they've got an attachment in it. Ones that don't have an attachment are worth money, but the ones that have an attachment in them . You can see all these ones that don't have attachments are worth money, right? But the ones that have an attachment, worth 0 or worth 1. Interesting. And here are the looted ones, the Quicksilver and the Black Cherry. No attachment in them. Worth 1. No point collecting those. Anything that has a skin on it never sells for anything more than 1. I'm assuming because at some point in time these have been given out as subscriber loot or something like that. And then a whole bunch of other random things that we can't sell. Okay, so these guys will buy this stuff. Now, I guess from the perspective of science, we can put all this stuff back in the box, go to the admin center. Well, we can go to the admin center, download the coordinates for Bajini Point, put all of this stuff back in the box, go up to Bajini Point and try and sell the loot crate and see if they buy everything that's in the loot crate. Or we just sell everything here for maximum value. It's a dangerous location. Only dangerous at the weekends when the children are on. A little safer during the week, hey? Oh, there's the microwave battlesuit helmet. Citadel SE Arms Maroon. It's a bit of disappointment that some of this stuff is only worth 1 credit. I also don't know if the cargo centers will buy the ammo, but then I don't think that they give it back to you. There's a lot of gear. What do we do, chat? Do we take all the stuff up to Beijing and see what they buy from the perspective of science? Or do I worry about that science later on? Microid battlesuit arms, Lowland. Light armor. I guess we could. Whilst we're here at least. We might as well sell some of this armor. Sell gear. Alright, so Life Uncharted, unlocking quantum points. You know, I do have a couple of other starter accounts. I guess we could start another account to play through from the beginning. But from the perspective of unlocking quantum points, I think at the beginning, the quantum drive, the data bank, or whatever we want to call it, should have the 4 main planets, their landing zones, and their orbital stations. Now, unfortunately, we can't take any notes because the mouse is busy doing things. But that makes sense to me. Starting with the 4 main planets, the main landing zones, and the orbital stations. Then I need to categorize the different quantum locations into tier levels. So that tier 1 perhaps might be the mining outposts. And those, again, not being significantly valuable locations in terms of activities to do there or loot to be found, you know, they're going to cost whatever we say it is, 5,000 credits to download the data for that coordinate. And then tier 2 locations, you know, 10 grand. Tier 3 locations, 30 grand. You'd sell the multi-tools at the cargo center at Bajini Point or Dumpers Depot at Area 18. We could take a trip over to Dumpers Depot, for sure. I do want to go check out Astra Armada. And so then I'm stuck with the situation of categorizing the different types of locations into those tiers. Now, there's been a whole bunch of new locations added to the game. Some of these new points of interest are just literally a new location, and there's nothing there at the moment. I've never seen any loot boxes or anything like that. There's certainly no missions or anything there. Alright, so we'll check. I really can't be bothered going to Bajini Point right now. Let's do a little bit of running around here at Area 18. We'll check the price at Cubby Blast of the multi-tools and their attachments. And then we'll go down to Dumper's Depot and check the price there. Again, from Argo's perspective, like if I was doing loot runs on my main, then I'd just be filling up 2 SCU boxes and just selling those 2 SCU boxes at the cargo center for, 100 grand or whatever they're worth. But from Argo's perspective, because we can't do those big loot runs, or when we do get a chance to do those loot runs, they're few and far between. It really makes sense to try and maximize the money that he's going to be getting from, whatever loot he can find. Especially if so much of the loot is freaking tractor beam attachments and multi-tools. Oops. One more helmet to sell. Stop. Alright, let's sell personal weapons. Personal weapons. So I guess these we can sell here. There's a little bit of loot. Why is it classifying the multi-tools as a personal weapon? That's super weird. Sell gear. Found a set of legs for Morozov armor, but they were modified. Am I right in assuming that there is also a modified core for that armor and arms? Yeah, if it's modified, it's probably Ninetails armor. I think one of their heavy dudes wears the Morozov that's been modified. Does it have the Ninetails symbol on it? I mean, if it's been modified, it's been modified somehow. So I'm assuming it's going to have the Ninetails symbol on it. So we dropped down to 600 grand at the beginning of the episode, thanks to buying the coordinates for the 6 distribution centers. We're back up to what, 670? Stop. 675. So we've made 75 grand. All right, 198 for a multi-tool here at Cubby Blast. Let's take a little adventure down to Dumper's Depot. What did I say it was? 168 or 198? Good work, brain. Let's sell that. 3 grand, man, for a railgun clip. Incredible. 198. Thank you, Lemoyne. Popping that in the chat so I don't forget. Area 18. This is where I started my Star Citizen adventures back at the sort of early 2022. Area 18 was my home base. I spent a lot of time around Waller and Lyria, doing UGFs and stuff there. If you use the reclaimer to salvage, then mass-produce multi-tools, and you sell them, we would then get filthy rich. If not, why do I have a reclaimer? It's an interesting perspective, right? How many multi-tools can you make from one SE of RMC, right? Or I think you probably need both RMC and construction material to produce stuff, right? So from one SCU of RMC and one SCU of construction material, how many things can you make? And how much value is there in those things? Obviously, the time perspective is another major issue. But, from the perspective of just having, voice continue to click buttons and move your mouse around while you're watching some TV or, you know, chilling out or doing whatever, then you could just have that running. Well, hello up there. You could just have that running on autopilot, just producing massive numbers of multi-tools. Area 18 is your chosen spawn location, is it, Ramoyne? You don't like New Babbage and Orison is too beautiful and Lorville is a dump? Alright, let's have a look. Dumpers Depot. I guess we could ask this guy if there's any missions here, right? Why not? We're at Area 18. Let's pick up some missions. If economy should make sense, you should get a better paid for crafted items than the resources alone. Yep, makes sense. And that crafted item should be cheaper than in normal stores run by NPCs. So good luck to CRG fixing this. I don't know if it should be cheaper than normal stores, but it should be better. So it makes sense to buy something crafted from somebody. It's going to cost you more, but it's going to be better at doing that job. Mr. Rain, how are you, my friend? Question for you: which is the best, the P4 or the P8 SMG with a tweaker? I really like the P4. I haven't used the SMG a great deal. But I, you know, whenever I'm going into a combat situation, I carry the P4 with either a Delta ×1 scope on it or a ×2 holographic. Something that I can use in close quarters, and then I take my new P8 battle rifle. That thing is a beast, and on that I put an 8x scope. I suppress it, and that thing is just a fascinating, well, not fascinating, but fantastic weapon. And so I run the P8 battle rifle and the P4. I haven't really used the P8 very much, but I'd go with the P4 simply because ammunition for it is far more common than the P8 SMG. Sell 145 for the multi-tool at Dumpers Depot. We get more for the multi-tools up at Cubby Blast. Interessant. Now, the other thing to check, we're going to have to get ourselves a drink shortly, is all of these multi-tools that are only worth 1 credit that have an attachment in them. We might need to go back to our hangar for this. But if we pull out all of the attachments, are they still going to be worth 1 credit? Yeah, nice NPC just chilling out up there. Found himself some grav boots. Alright, I want to quickly stop here at Astra Armada. Has this guy got anything to drink? Has he got any turtles? Wonder what skill set that is. Levitate or something, yeah. Hover boots +5. Alright, I want to quickly have a look in Astra Armada here at the ships. Again, just coming back to Argo's progression, the Cutlass Black does make a lot of sense. Can carry a vehicle, it's 24 SCU of cargo, it's got good internal storage, 4 lockers. It doesn't have a fantastic weapon rack, but you know, it can carry four main weapons. I don't think it has any space for tools and stuff, but again, you know, it's got the lockers to store all that stuff in. It's the paint on the multi-tool that makes it 1 AUEC. Yeah, those multi-tools don't have paints on them. I didn't really collect. I think I've only got 2 multi-tools with paints on them. I didn't really collect any of the ones that have paints here because they're not worth any money. But I mean, we'll have another look in the inventory. But those multi-tools didn't have paints on them. or at least not that I could see. I am really tempted to put Argo in an Intrepid. I know it's not really a level up. You know, we're not getting any additional capabilities, so to speak. You know, we're not getting, you know, any extra storage. I think it's 8 SCU on an Intrepid. It's, you know, it's 2 in the Cutter Rambler, but you can fit 8 boxes in the back off grid. Obviously, when the Atlas Geo comes out, we'll be grabbing one of those. But I just like the idea of the Intrepid. I think Argo would like the idea of the Intrepid. You know, it's a Crusader ship. You know, I think Argo's very much an Origin man, but from the perspective of cruising around in something that's, you know, not all dilapidated and, you know, it's his ship. We've got to keep in mind that the Archibonca isn't Argo's ship, right? It was given to him by Amelia and belonged to Amelia's brother. And he just left it abandoned, which is why it's all graffitied and beat up and it didn't have any components when we first started. And Amelia gave it to Argo sort of out of pity after he was released from Clasher after their divorce and stuff. And she gave it to Argo so he'd have some sort of transport. Obviously, we had to spend all that time and effort and money to get components and all of that stuff. But it's not really his ship. Whereas an Intrepid is a higher class of ship, at least from Argo's perspective. Has a wonderful living, you know, area. I myself personally really like its asymmetrical design. You know, Argo's not a big combat pilot, so the lack of weaponry or the single size 4 is not really a huge issue. I mean, we're cruising around in a cutter that's got dual size 2s. It has a, you know, it's, I don't know. You can still put a pulse in the cargo bay. Would even Atlas fit into an Intrepid? I don't think so. Not convinced about that. It's very small space in that ship. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, we'd still have the Rambler. It's not going anywhere. For those sorts of missions where Argo needs to take a Geo out with him. Pretty sure that Anvil Hawk is the second ugliest vehicle I've ever seen. The Intrepid is a nice and surprisingly versatile nippy wee ship. Yeah. Higher class. I must get whatever you've been smoking. Well, from, you know, from the perspective of its aesthetic, you know, being, you know, a Crusader ship over a Drake ship. But it's not really an upgrade. But for Argo, it's his ship. Obviously, we need to get over to Crusader. I don't think they sell it. Oh, they do. The Crusader Intrepid. Oh my God, it's 705 grand. We're so close. We could buy the Crusader Intrepid. 26 grand away. We're owed money from previous quests. If Crouch pays us the money that we're owed and we go finish some side quests, we'll have enough money to buy the Intrepid. I need a new battery for my addiction machine. It has 8 SCU of cargo space, says Ramon. Yeah, you know, it's got 8 spaces on the grid. I don't know. I never really paid enough attention when I was at the IAE, whether, you know, the door's big enough or you could put extra boxes on the inside. I don't know. He may think that, but Argo is Drake class all day. Well, Argo is Drake class for sure, but he doesn't think he is. I mean, he looks like a space redneck. He's 100% a space redneck who thinks he's not a space redneck. You know, again, you know, this comes back to why he married a Hurston, why he took her name, why he still uses it. You know, he very much thinks he's, you know, an Origin 890 jump man. Drake is where it's at, and Argo Aeronautics is not far behind Drake. I'm very, very tempted. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to get a new battery for my addiction machine and some brown water. That's very, very tempting. Argo is a chancer, married well above his station. Yeah, 100%. You can stuff 2 1SU boxes in the hallway and 1 2SU in engineering, but I really don't recommend that. Very hard to get in and out. Must come from a cargo bay area, not through the door. Okay. Interesting. We desperately need something to drink, 18%. Well, not desperately, but it's getting there. I mean, from the perspective of leveling up, we've got to keep in mind that at this point in time, access to Moby Glass missions and hauling contracts and all that sort of stuff are on a really limited basis. As a side point, I just want to point out that nobody in the chat has mentioned echoes at all. So if the echoing is still happening, please just still drop it in the chat. We have, based on Super 5's suggestion, just boosted the DB levels a little bit. And since I did that, nobody has talked about echoes. So, yeah, from the perspective of, having a ship that has hauling capacity and all that sort of stuff, we're still not at that point in the rule set where Argo has... Oh, the echo's still present? Okay, fine. Thank you, Super 5. We're not at that point in the rule set where Argo has reliable or repeatable access to the requirements for hauling, or a ship that has the capability for hauling stuff around, because we just don't have access to the contracts. A nice cold can of True Blue. The echo keeps kicking in and out, super weird. Blue Trainer, you're still getting it randomly. You can scare the crap out of me when I was walking in a bunker. Let's have a quick browse through. He's not going to at all be in any of the alien ships. I don't see any need for ground vehicles at this point in time. Anvil's very militaristic. I really think that for Argo, the only really 2 options are Crusader and Origin. In terms of, the final end goal, I suppose. Alright, let's go. I am really tempted by the Intrepid. From Argo's perspective, from the evolution of Argo's story, he's come a long way in the Cutter Rambler, the good old Archie bunker. But from Argo's perspective, from his story, I think he'd really like to have his own ship. And saving up, what was the Cutlass Black, 2.18 million? It's doable. It's going to take time. Again, you know, we're 16 episodes into A Life Uncharted. And we're only now again hitting 700k. You know, having spent money on unlocking quantum locations and all that sort of stuff, and the further we get along, you know, we're talking about increasing the price of quantum locations based on their utility or their value, I suppose. I mean, it's gonna be a while. It's such a hard decision. It's such a difficult decision. The hook is quite fugly. I don't like the hook at all. You want to look at some pics. The anvil hook looks a bit better with foils deployed. Folded up, it looks like a robo chicken. Let's put that in there. I don't think that fizzy drink did a great deal for our thirst. Right. I might duck back into Cubby Blast. I think we'll sell all the multi-tools that are worth money. Might head back into the hangar. God, this is so boring. I don't know why people are chilling out watching this ridiculous adventure with Argo. Let's sell Pyro. So, you know, there's no difference between these two tools, right? This is a Pyro RYT multi-tool, and this is a Pyro RYT multi-tool. One's got an attachment in it, the other one doesn't. So what I might do is I might sell all the ones that have value. Oh man, they've dropped their price by 1 credit. They knew that I went to Cubby Blast. Oh, they knew that I went to Dumper's Depot. Like, that dude's back, man, dropped the price by a credit. So I'm going to sell all these ones. If Argo upgrades to an Intrepid, he will have to dress better and get a haircut, says Skeet. Oh, they're dropping the price. The more of them I sell, the more they drop the price, man. Alright, so obviously these ones with the skins on them aren't going to sell for any more than 1 credit, so we might as well just get rid of those. Alright, so now we've just got multi-tools that have attachments in them. I'm tempted to go, and we are actually going to, because I'm tempted, and get all of these multi-tools and take out the attachments. The True Hold tractor beam attachments. Let's sell all of these. Sell gear. Super 5, you consider ships like the Cutlass Black, the C1 Spirit, the Freelancer Max, things of that size as an upgrade possibility, and then focus on earning the dollars to one of those. Skip anything in between. Well, this is the thing, right? You know, is do we just continue as is and save up the money for something like a Cutlass Black or a, you know, a C1 Spirit or something like that? Which would make a lot of sense, right? Rather than blowing the 700 grand that we have and really just going back to zero on an Intrepid, which doesn't give any additional benefit outside of the fact that it's Argo's own ship. It's the ship that he bought in his story, in his adventure, you know, in his evolution, you know, having been divorced from Amelia, then, you know, ending up in Clasher, and then, you know, being given this crummy ship. you know, it works nicely from a narrative perspective, but, you know, from a practical perspective, and I don't think Argo is a practical person. So from Argo's perspective, he'd see 700,000 credits in his account and go, I'm going to buy an Intrepid because it's it's my ship, I can afford it. It's a nice ship, I like it. You know, it's got a cool little bachelor pad, living area, and it's a crusader ship, and it's mine. I bought it. And so from that perspective, Argo would absolutely just go buy that ship. So if we are playing Argo as Argo from Argo's perspective, it stands to reason that we'd go and buy that ship. Stop. Can't fly a crusader ship and look like a redneck. You have to dress appropriate to your new station in life. Argo doesn't think he looks like a redneck. Argo thinks that his mullet is top quality. Shipwise, it'd be funny if Argo just saved up his ducats and made the jump to a jump. He's working his way out of the poverty and disadvantage he threw himself into by his unwise choices. Yeah, but that's not how Argo sees it, right? Argo thinks that he's been very unfairly treated by everybody. And that his current position has nothing really to do with the choices that he's made, but have been inflicted upon him, by his, his previous family. Let's head into the admin building that's just over here. We'll go buy ourselves some freaking coordinates for Bojini Point.
Welcome to IO North Tower, Area 18's premier centre for business development. Please consult any of our associates.
What are these people
for
just
help or
chilling out in
rental
here for?
opportunities.
Random. All bow down to the great holographic god. He probably has been unfairly treated, but like us all, he is only responsible for his choices and how he responds to unfair treatment. Look at these guys. What's going on here? This is mildly creepy. Planetary Development Bureau, Advocacy Office, Centre Mass, Operations and Maintenance Office, Administration Front Desk. It's going to be so nice when we can go to all these places, talk to people, get missions. I love playing on Argo's account because it's not constantly just open up my Mobiglass, look for another contract, close it, open up my Mobiglass, look for another contract, that type of stuff. We're adventuring around, even though we perhaps might not be accomplishing a great deal, with small gains.
Welcome to IO North Tower, Area 18's premier centre for business
I love it.
development.
I really, really
Please
enjoy
consult
this.
Any of our associates for help or rental opportunities.
Horizon Real Estate Partners. See, we all know at some point we're going to Horizon Real Estate Partners to buy ourselves, a little unit, a little apartment, a block of land somewhere. R. Fanning Geoanalytics. Circle 8 Creative. Now that's a front for something slightly sort of underhand. Hey, look at that Groucho, clean-shaven ginger brother. Oh man, what happens if Argo gets a haircut, man? That's totally Argo's hairstyle right there. That big sweeping coif.
Area 18's premier centre for
business development.
Limboard Manufacturing, Art Corp Executive Services, Corporate Production Spaces, Shannon and Chad Exploration Services. I mean, Argo could be educational in that through him we all could argue out the nature versus nurture and the balance between external environment and one and how that is expressed in living. Alright, let's go buy some coordinates. Yo, kneeling man. Oh man, a mohawk. Look at this, there's another ginger over here with a haircut that Argo loves. Kneelers, infidels, they know standing on chairs is the only way to salvation.
Please consult any of our associates.
Business up front. Just get together in the back. Alright, let's pay our credits. 5,000. Unlocked by Genie Point. Art Corp by Genie Point. Yes, might as well unlock it. So we've unlocked Area 20, which there's nothing really there. By Genie Point, I think we had a mission to go to Area 20 to deliver some stuff. We've unlocked Art Corp Mining Area 48 on Walla.
Welcome to Io North Tower, Area 18's Premier Centre for Business Development.
Even Mohawk CT can't talk smack about NPC here. Alrighty. We need to now head back to the hangar and try and strip all these multi-tools.
Welcome to Io North Tower.
You know, I have my ideas for who and what Argo is, but you know people are going to reflect upon their own concerns vis-a-vis Argo. So in a sense, he is an everyman. He is every man's man. He is, this is very true. I know right now that Argo doesn't think he looks very good in these clothes. And he would like some new clothes for sure. I know that he doesn't like this hat at all. You know, it's got that skull on it and that's not really Argo. He doesn't like this hat at all. Can we throw it on the ground? Yeah. You had a mohawk when you were 17, Rhino? A proper mohawk, not one of those short, flat excuses for a mohawk.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Fine. Fine. Okay, what's going to happen? Find 1,000 credits for chucking his hat on the ground.
Quest? I'm already on a quest.
A quest? I'm already on a quest. We're probably not in the best space for a quest, are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Where is our disroller? Here's our dice roller. We'll re-roll the 6s. It's a collection mission! It's a collection mission! Interested in building a better future for Rayari or new to the system? What do we do, ladies and gentlemen? do we unlock Wicklow or do we unlock Rayari? I think from Argo's perspective, it's probably better to start building a reputation with Rayari.
Now arriving.
Simply because, you know, he collects all this weird random stuff that Rayari want anyway. And we haven't picked up any new side quests. What do we do, ladies and gentlemen? But Wicklow is more fruitful. Wicklow requires a lot of activity that Argo's not going to be able to do. You can't do any mission after the first Wicklow as you need the laser cave minables. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Wicklow is a pathway to the Hathor missions and the platform alignments and the laser cave missions. That's what Wicklow is. He's the gateway to that gameplay. Whereas Rayari, yes, it requires some of those components for some of their missions. I mean, again, we've got to keep in mind that, you know, at this point, until I figure out the bloody quest credits situation, you know, this is a few and far between sort of situation. I think we will pick up. Well, we don't have any choice now, do we? The Rayari contract, 20 Tundra Copion horns. All right, well, let's add it to the. Let's add it in.
Thank you for visiting our corp. Stanton's
Rayari's species genocide.
We wish you a beneficial and prosperous stay.
All right, let's get our ship out. Or we at least need to go to our hangar. We don't really need the ship.
Exploring the stars. Our corp is proud to bring the universe.
We just need somewhere where we can naff around with multi-tools.
Investing in tomorrow's future.
Yeah, the freight. Yeah, the freight elevators is a bit of a situation. Oh, maybe I need to retrieve my ship to be assigned a hangar. It seems so.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Hello, and welcome to
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit us
servicing the
again.
greater Area 18 metropolitan area.
But that's a risk we're gonna have to take, right? That's a risk we're gonna have to take. The options are limited for Mr. Argo Hurston. So we must take advantage of the options that we do get. What we don't have is a lot of ammo, so we might need to buy some of that back at Cubby Blast. I want to have a look at these freaking multi-tools though. It might be easier to do this. And I guess I could use the inspection thing. Alright. Would be nice if I could just grab that attachment from here. But they make it difficult, eh? That's my gloves. They make it difficult. There we go. a second. Did we sell the scopes? Maybe they didn't buy all of our scopes. I swear we sold all of our pistols as well. Maybe they didn't buy everything. Interesting. This is interesting. Why do they still have that canister in the back of them? Oh God, this is a never-ending battle here. Finding out which ones. Okay, experiment is over. We've stripped out a couple of tools. Let's just try one more. Why not? Let's do another one. All right, that's enough messing around. I just want to see if we strip out the attachments, are we going to be able to sell them? And I'm curious as to why we weren't able to sell all of the attachments, all the pistols. Maybe there was another page, maybe the terminal didn't update, or... Okay, let's go back to Rikers. We're going to go full speed, maximum acceleration, full velocity. 10 likes, double digits on the old YouTube. It's going to be 50 cents now. Let's go have a look. We've got some multi-tools and some attachments separated. Are we going to be able to sell both of them? Or are the multi-tools still going to be worth one?
Want your company to be in good company?
I mean, at the end of the day, if the multi-tool's still worth one and the attachment's worth one, I guess we've made an extra credit. Alright, full speed, maximum acceleration. With all haste, back to Chubby Blast. And whilst we're there, we'll pick up some ammunition. We've got a P4 on board. We've got a P6 on board. So we'll pick up ammunition for both of those. Both of them scoped and suppressed. And I guess then we have to take an adventure, I guess, up to Microtech. To scout out and find ourselves some copions to earn ourselves a quick, well, might not be a quick, to earn ourselves to 69 grand. Which will be a nice little addition to the coffers, because that'll give us enough money to buy ourselves the Intrepid. I'm really torn. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense to just save the credits and to upgrade.
Now arriving.
But if I'm putting myself in Argo's shoes, he would buy the Intrepid. From his perspective, it's a better ship. It's a better looking ship, than the Cutter Rambler. It's his ship. And from the perspective of at least being able to take a Geo out, we still have the Rambler. A rock, who knows how much the Geo's going to be. But I can't imagine it's going to be much more than the Atlas. A rock is not terribly expensive. I mean, we could buy, Argo could buy a rock now. But without some way of being able to transport that rock, we've got to figure out the Vantage rental situation too. That's another big issue. Oh, we didn't sell them. Sell gear? Oh, actually, stop. Oops. It made no difference. Although now we can sell the lifeguard attachments for 105 credits. So I guess we have made 105 credits. So it's probably worthwhile, again, given Argo's limited capabilities for earning funds, to strip out attachments from any multi-tools that he finds. It didn't increase the price of the multi-tool, and they do still look like they have attachments in them. Yeah, so we've made 106 credits per multi-tool when we strip out the components. Something to keep in mind for next time. We're not going to be bothered doing it right now. Sell gear. Alright, so I've got some ideas now on what I want to do with the star map and unlocking coordinates. There needs to be a tiered scale of cost for those coordinates. I also need to throw in there, although there's no easy way to get to them, all of the derelict settlements and caves and that type of stuff. All the unmarked locations that you can find on Verse Guide, fly in this direction for this long at this altitude, or use the OM markers to navigate towards this triangulated position. And we have bought a couple of those. I think we charged Argo 10 grand for those. Some outposts next to Lawville. One we found by accident. The other one we bought the coordinates for. It's not that far away. It's kind of near the water. But I've got an idea now on what I want to do with unlocking the star map from a tiered perspective, where the higher the tier, the higher the value of that location, and thus therefore the coordinates cost more. The other issue, again from Argo's perspective, I mean the situation might be different for a different character, but given Argo's story and his background, he's currently restricted in terms of being able to rent vehicles from Vantage Rental over in Lawville, because the Hurstons have basically said, listen, you're not going to rent anything to this guy, and they have said, okay, look, the Hurstons have said this is the situation, so we're not renting you anything. Actually, it probably makes sense now to just loot ammo, I guess, because it's gone up in price. And so the idea that I was speaking about last week in terms of Vantage Rental is, Argo needs to complete some quests for Vantage Rental to be able to, show a level of responsibility and regain sort of some trust with Vantage Rental and with the Hurstons, to a point where they're happy and comfortable in terms of being able to rent vehicles to Argo. And so from that perspective, buying a rock and renting a vehicle, rather than saving up to buy it, would allow Argo to buy the Intrepid now. He just need to save up the money for a rock and then, save up money for the rental. And then the other challenge after that is when when Argo does have access to go rock mining. What are the limitations? You got to remember, there's always some limitation with A Life Uncharted and everyone's favourite bloke in the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. What are the limitations? Now, I've spoken briefly about the concept of a mining guild that Argo would need to join. And the application fee to join that mining guild would be, about 100,000 credits. And if he goes mining without being a member of that guild, then there needs to be some consequence, probably triggered by chat. Much like, Argo's not able to go into the TDDs unless he's wearing his disguise. And even then, when he is in disguise, Twitch chat can spend their Tim Tams on the little soundbite, I think it's True Identity or something. And which Skeet has done before. And thus, therefore, reveals that he's actually Argo in disguise and they kick him out of the TDD. And so from that perspective, Argo can go rock mining illegitimately, but then could be prosecuted by Twitch chat as a result. Until he joins the guild, then when he's joined the guild, he needs to have some level of progression through that guild. And at the lowest level, as an initiate or as a junior member of the mining guild, he's only going to get 40% of, whatever he manages to sell. So if we mine 100,000 credits worth of Fane Malign, he's only going to get 40,000 credits, and the other 60,000 credits would go to, the guild, or, transfer to my main account, Crouch, the guild. And then as he progresses through his membership with the guild, which will probably be based on, monetary values. So, until he's contributed, 500,000 credits to the guild, he is considered a junior member. Once he's contributed 500,000 credits to the guild, he escalates to, a member. And then once he's contributed 1 million credits beyond that next level, another 1 million to the guild, he becomes an accredited member, something like that. And during each of, again, these tiers, his share of the profits increases probably to a maximum of 70-30, where he keeps 70% of the credits and 30% goes to the guild. And then we're obviously going to have to have some sort of time restriction on Argo's mining expeditions. We can't just go out there on a 4-hour rock mining stream with Argo and, head back and sell, 1 million credits worth of gems. Like we would normally do on a rock mining expedition. On my main account, we'd go out and, collect, 2 SCUs worth of gems and then go turn them all in for, 1 million credits. There's going to have to be some sort of restriction. And I'm thinking I might tie that into the tier system. So as Argo joins the guild and he becomes a junior member, they'll only give him permission to go rock mining for, a maximum of 45 minutes. Until he becomes a member, then he can go rock mining for, up to 90 minutes. And then as he becomes an accredited member or a full member, he can go rock mining for, say, 2 hours. So, there's some level of progression or a path for Argo to follow in terms of, rock mining. I'm trying to replicate in some ways a reputation system for, Argo, without there actually having been in the game a reputation system, so we're having to, figure all of this out ourselves. And then track it and be responsible and, just abide by the restrictions. So I do already have some ideas for Vantage Rental after this ridiculous process is finished, which we are almost finished with. Fantastic. I'd love to be able to check my inventory and see what still remains, because I don't think I've seen any pistols come up for sale yet. I do have some ideas for Vantage Rental, which we'll have a look at. Now, So if we have a quick look, let's close the dice roller. Hey, whoa. Let's close Chrome. Stop doing that. So I have put in here, in this sheet 16, Vantage Rentals, right? So we've got 3 different quests here. Retrieve some valuable components. A ship of ours was crashed and has been abandoned. I think we went through these last week. We need you to retrieve the power core as it contains proprietary upgrades. We don't want falling into our competitors' hands. Hull samples required. One of our customers took their rental through a section of the Aaron Halo. Then we require samples of the hull's exterior for analysis, as we believe there could be valuable information related to that section of space. And then secure ship weapons. We require the weapons from a recent rental that shouldn't have been leased out with operational weaponry. We need you to secure those weapons before the authorities discover this administrative error. And at the moment, each of these are just worth 5 credits. And we put here, points required. It needs 100 points. So, essentially we're doing, 20 missions for Vantage Rentals. Again, I think we could probably put like a tiered system here for the ships. I don't know what ships Vantage Rental has available. I guess we need to go back to Lawville and have a look. We could put a tiered system for different ship sizes. Varying levels of points to unlock. Something like that. We could probably add some more. I did ask chat last week for some suggestions, but the silence was, I don't think you can hear the crickets from the touchpads here on the Duo. We need something to drink. This bottle of Cruise over here will go down well. So I do have an idea on how we can start building some of that reputation with Vantage Rentals. Obviously, the side quest system is just a matter of sitting down and coming up with, more little side quests that make use of, all of the component or all of the things, I guess we can say, in the game. Like all the different medical supplies and stuff, they're all basically just fetch and retrieve and deliver to this location sort of missions. I would like to work on there's an infantry terminal there, let's check that. I would like to work on some more multi-tiered sort of quest lines. So, do this and then go here and do that, talk to this person once you've achieved this, and stupid. To have some more interesting quest lines. Just weapons underground. I wonder if I can access it from here. No. No. Alright, our inventory is clear and empty. We sold everything. Emily Farrowen, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us on Twitch. I hope you have had a wonderful weekend. Okay, we managed to sell everything. What does our hip pocket look like? 699,000. All right, so we need to buy ourselves a little bit of ammo. And then, I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. I've had a wonderful weekend. It's been busy. We've got a lot to sort out and, around the house to get it ready for, our family Easter celebration next weekend. A bunch of Kim's family are coming in from interstate to celebrate Easter with us. So there's lots to sort out around the house, given that, now that my warehouse is completely closed and the auction's coming up soon, the house is just covered in, a pile of boxes here and a pile of boxes there and a pile of crap here. And so I've got to really clean all of that stuff up, which we've done a huge amount of work this week, both outside, in the patio area and on the deck and stuff, and it's getting there. I can progressively do a little bit more during the week. Got a couple of extra days off this week because of the Easter holidays, so I should have enough time to get it all done. 209 credits per clip. That's a lot of money. for Mr. Argo Hurston. Let's buy 11 clips. And we want some P6 ammo, 450 for 8 rounds. Decisions. Look, let's buy some. 5 grand. Let's just buy it. All right. I mean, we are going to earn 62,000 or 69,000 from this mission, so I guess spending some, investing the money in the ammunition to make this quick and simple, one shot versus, 7 or 8 or 9 with a P4 to bring down a Copion. I was going to say that I haven't shot a single shot in Star Citizen yet, but I accidentally shot a missile into the roof of my hangar because I hit the wrong button. Amazing. Alright, let's head off. We'll head back to the Archie bunker. We'll climb aboard. We'll head on up to Microtech. We're kicking 5 hours and 20 minutes with Argo. This is probably one of the longest episodes of A Life Uncharted we've had yet. I think the longest was about 5.5 hours. But we're here all night with Argo. Just getting on, having some adventures. So we've got time now to kick it. We'll head on up to Microtech. And hopefully we come across a reasonable location relatively quickly to find ourselves a bunch of Copion. Why buy ammo? You've got 2 size 2s on the Archie. Because those guns are used for shooting ships. Not doggies. We gotta get out and fight them like a man. Is it Argo? Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, is an everyman's man. Episode 16 of A Life Uncharted, we've had some interesting discussions, or at least I've had some interesting discussions and thought processes on how I want to evolve the rule set. We certainly need to, and I mentioned this again last week. Your character's name in Star Citizen is Argosi. We're having some issues with the mic. We get this weird echo that drops in and then drops out, and it doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason for why that's happening. So that's something that I need to, explore. So I do need to sit down and have a look through the side quest system. There's not a great deal of there's a significant level of repetition in the side quest system, and it's never really been adjusted from the first couple of episodes where we were playtesting the side quest system. And now, having played many hours of A Life Uncharted, and we've done quite a few of these side quests, there is a need for reviewing the side quest system or the side quests themselves. Having some differentiation in the quest points that get awarded, which is currently not being used by the system. The quest points are points that get earned alongside the payment, which we can then use for unlocking Mobiglast missions. So some of those quests perhaps might not award quest points at all. I guess we could call them contract points or something like that, or guild points. Essentially, we want to assign ourselves these different contracts offers, these different groups as different guilds. So the Bounty Hunters Guild, the Mercenary Guild. Obviously in the game we have our own rep and stuff, but that's a slightly different situation. So that as Argo completes side quests, he gets paid money for completing those side quests, and we need to have some variation. It's never changed from the very beginning, you know, episodes 1 probably through to episode 4 where we were playtesting Life Uncharted. I just say everything is 3,000 credits, you know, every mission is 3,000 credits. The quest points came in later on, probably somewhere around episode 11 or 12 as a concept, and has never been implemented. And this is what I've said a few times now. We're kind of at the point where the rule set has evolved to the point where I need to rewrite a bunch of stuff, and then we kind of need to just kill the king and long live the king, and, you know, go back to the beginning and start again. And hopefully by the time I've come up with my final iteration of A Life Uncharted, Star Citizen 1.0 will be out and have all of this stuff in it, and we can play the game. Until then, I'm thoroughly enjoying this process of creating my own game within the game. Yeah, let's head on up to Microtech. Metaphysical, you flew your new F7M Heartseeker on Friday and tested the guns, but not on anything. I used it to ferry me from one station to another. So there are lots of other things in the game that I can incorporate into the side quests. From a collection perspective. Obviously, most of the quests orientate around collecting the various harvestables that Rayari are now interested in collecting. But having done some adventuring and now around the distribution centers earlier, and you know, all the loot boxes have all the different, you know, med pens in them, well, let's call them medical pens. Putting in some of those things into the side quest system, because I don't think I've put any medical sort of related activities into the side quest system. Putting in clothing, there's one quest in there. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called It's Cold Out There, and they want some warm jackets delivered. But there's clothing to be found at the different mining outposts and stuff like that. So from that perspective, as you know, we try to play Argo from an opportunistic perspective and from an explorative perspective. That, you know, as he's out and about adventuring around different outposts or locations for which he's downloaded and has access to the quantum locations. He collects all this stuff and hoards it and keeps it, and then as opportunities come up, you know, he goes to a location and someone there's offering him a side quest, then you know, he might have that stuff, or we can go, okay, look, let's go out on an adventure to see if we can find that stuff. Let's get rid of that guy. We do need to retrieve our box. Let me just quickly check on Twitch. Alright, we'll get rid of that guy. Alright, we need to retrieve our box. Let's go full speed ahead. No more messing about. We've got Copion to find. Let's get our box back. And we'll get our ammo. Let's send this down. Let's get the box on there. Let's open the box up. Let's get the ammo in the box. Let's close the box. Send the box up. Got a question. What's my favorite ship? It's got to be the Carrack. It's got to be the Carrack. Love the Carrack. When it's completed and it's finished, we're going to need a multi-tool to move this box. We sold all our multi-tools. Let's see if we've got one in the ship that actually works. Oh, we should have bought a max lift. Oh, where's our box? I'll store the ship and retrieve it again. Utilities. Let's try this one. No worky. Oh, wonderful. Let's try this one. Tractor beam. Tractor beam works. Lovely. Yeah, I love the Carrack. Once it has its gold pass and it has all its features complete and stuff, it's going to be an absolutely wonderful exploration ship. And if you can't tell, you know, that I really enjoy that style of gameplay. Just adventuring about. You know, it's not about earning credits and all that sort of stuff. It's just about, you know, exploring around. And when the game has more things to explore and discover, proper exploration, it's going to be amazing. At this point, Metaphysical, you'll think you'll sell a few things and upgrade the Heartseeker to an industrial ship. I love a little bit of industrial gameplay. The Carrack is amazing. Needs some work on the cargo pods, though. Yeah, when the cargo pods are working as intended, i.e. they drop down to the ground, it's going to be phenomenal. Because in the cargo pods, you could have a whole army of geos. The problem is you can't fit them in there right now because the cargo pod doesn't descend like it's supposed to. When that happens and you can put an atlas on there and then lift it back up, there's plenty of room, head height, inside the cargo bay for a taller suit or something like that to be inside. Right, so we've been through the side quest system. Basically, I just need to expand out the levels of unique side quests. I do want to also add in there some multi-leg quests. So when one quest starts, it leads you through, you know, a small story arc. We've been through boxes in there. Yes, lovely. We've been through unlocking of the star map. So again, breaking down all the locations into different tiers. And then the different tiers cost a certain, you know, differing amounts based on the tier level to buy and download the data for those locations. We've been through Argo's challenges with renting ships at Vantage Rental and the quests or the activities that he needs to complete on behalf of Vantage Rentals to be able to unlock the ability to rent ships. The quest points system still needs to be expanded out a little bit in terms of... hang on, that was my pants, man. That was my pants! So we briefly saw just before in the side quest system that side quests award both a payment, which needs to have some variability, and quest points, again, which needs to have some variability. And then perhaps each of these quests can be associated with a specific guild. And therefore, as I go through earning points, quest points is probably the wrong word. I'm going to call this guild points. As we go through and we earn guild points, then we can spend those guild points on being able to activate Moby Glass missions. So we're not specifically related or restricted to just, you know, the Moby Glass missions coming up in side quests. In fact, we might entirely remove the Moby Glass missions from the side quest system and we just purely leave this as side quests. And then rather than, we explore around, we go to an outpost, we talk to some NPCs, and we determine, are there any missions available at this location? Yes, there's, they've offered you 3 missions. Which missions are these? And, we end up with, arms for the needies. These guys need some fucking rifle magazines and stuff. This is an expensive quest right now, man. 8 P4 rifle magazines and 8 C4 magazines. That's an expensive quest to either buy those things or to try and find them. Now, how does Argo find them? He finds them by completing Moby Glass missions, right? And going off and doing bunkers and collecting all of this stuff and, looting them all. But there was 3 missions. What's the second one? There's work to be done. A goddamn janitorial shift. Okay. Last mission. there's more work to be done. So we just picked up, this is all hypothetical, we're not actually doing any of these right now, 2 30-minute janitorial duties, one at Lawville, one at Everest Harbour. Boring. But it could have been a Moby Glass mission, right? Except a mercenary contract from the Moby Glass. This doesn't get added to the quest log. So therefore we're not actually going to get paid for this because it doesn't get added to our quest log. There's a whole bunch of quests that we can finish like right now and earn ourselves a 25 grand or so. But from that perspective of earning guild points, if I remove the Moby Glass missions from the side quests and we really flesh this out properly, right now there's probably only maybe 15 unique quests here. Actually, we can probably have a real quick look at that. Let's add a filter to this data. Create a filter. So there's 28 unique entries in here, of which I think 12 of them are Moby Glass missions. Copion trophies. What the hell is Copion trophies? Claire, Copion trophies. Deliver 5 Copion horns to the mission location and store it in the loot box. And you can see there's 3 entries of this in the side quest table. Bloody birthdays. Obtain a t-shirt from Hurston and deliver to the mission location for my sister. She's always wanted one. I think we've done this quest once. But fleshing out the side quest systems with actual more side quests. And then we leave all of the Moby Glass missions for the guild points. Now, I don't have anything else in here related to guild points, but it's something that I'll need to add. There needs to be a table here of the different guilds and the different levels of points that need to be spent. Perhaps, if we have a look here, in the contracts. So these are going to be our different guilds, right? Let's say the Hauling Guild. There's way too many contracts in here to differentiate the differences. I guess we can just spend guild points to access just like we would when people are spending their Twitch chat, their Twitch points, their Tim Tams on firing up a quest mission. We roll up randomly for the category, and then I get to pick the quest. So that way, I still have some agency over what's happening, but I'm restricted, I guess, to what the dice roll determines for us. So, for example, a mercenary contract might cost us 15 guild points to do. And when I've got 15 guild points and I want to spend them on a mercenary contract, we simply go, okay, I'm wiping off 15 guild points from my balance, and, I'm going to do urgent boarding action in progress. Or we break it further down and we say to do a mercenary contract that has a value between 0 and 20,000 costs 6 guild points, and then between 20 and 80,000 costs 15 guild points, and then try to keep it to just 3 tiers. It keeps things simple. Anything that's going to pay over 80,000, like this one, is going to be worth 20 guild points. I kind of like that idea because again, it adds a level of restriction to what Argo's capable of doing, whilst at the same time, allowing him to make some decision saying, look, I've got 15 guild points. I can either do 2 of these missions, or I can, complete a couple more side quests, which require me to then explore around and navigate to new areas and go talk to NPCs and pick up side quests. to complete those and then get some more guild points where I can then do, instead of doing 2 of these data thefts, I can then do 1 of these boarding actions, which is going to pay me a significantly more amount of money than I would if I did 2 of those. So I kind of like that idea. Oh, wrong button. You got a hypothesis. When you sucked on that thingy, there was an electric noise. Yeah, I tried to mute it out, but sometimes I forget. After the electric noise, the echo came back. However, you did it earlier, and there was also electronic noise, but no echo after, so it's not yet fully proven. Yeah, I tried to. The electronic device in my vape interferes with the microphone, so I do try and mute my microphone when I'm sucking on my addiction machine. All right, let's get out of here. We've got things to do. Primarily finding ourselves some copion. The adventure continues. Request departure.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Activate the thrusters.
Of course, Commander.
Retract landing gear.
Understood. Landing gear systems engaged.
Oh boy! Set a course for microtech.
Acknowledged.
Oh, we need fuel. Deploy landing gear.
Landing gear being deployed for touchdown, Commander.
We need fuel. 4.7k on fuel. Crucial. Activate cruise control. Alright, let's get ourselves out into the atmosphere. Make our jump over to microtech. And hopefully it doesn't take us too long to find these 20 copions. That still makes the electricity go through the microphone to the audio device. That's where my concerns come in. Possible. Yeah, it's possible. Something to consider. I mean, we haven't had that issue before, but then again, you know, this is the first time using the Rodecaster Duos, so it's possible, I suppose. I guess I could mute it. Completely disconnects the microphone. Don't know. Rather than muting the audio source in OBS, I simply cut the microphone on the Duo itself. You thought that Halle was nice and nimble, but watching you take off like that. Look, the cutter is a very small, very nimble ship. No blackie outie. What the hell's that about? Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Set a course for microtech.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Oh no. It navigates me to that. Because there's more places now that have the word microtech in it, it just chooses this one by default. Like, even if we do what Argo is doing and we paste it in there, it selects this bottom one. It's annoying. I guess we can modify the command slightly for microtech specifically. Let's do that real quick. Why not? Hey? Set a course for microtech.
Acknowledged.
No, stop it. Stop. We get to this point, we paste it in there, we wait for a quarter of a second. We're assigning that to the clipboard, then we're pasting it in here, we're waiting for a little bit, we're hitting the enter key, and we're waiting for 75 seconds for the thing to load, and then at this point we want to move our mouse to this position. Press F8. Why did that not work? What? Set position. Move mouse to this location. Click here to change this key. F8. Why is it not capturing that? 522 by 330. 522 by 330. We want to move the mouse to that location. Then we want to click the mouse left button. Let's just duplicate this. It's nice to put little pauses in between different commands. Oh, no, we want to go back up here. So we're pasting that information in there, we're waiting for a little bit, then we're pressing the enter key. We're waiting for the list to load for 3/4 of a second, then we want to move our mouse up and wait for a second. And then we want to left click our mouse and wait for another 25.25 of a second, then hit our R key. Now, okay, so this should work now. And we should see that small change. Clear navigation?
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
Set a course for microtech. Set a course for microtech. What the hell? What has happened? Oh yeah, we changed it because he was set a course for. Set a course for microtech.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Oh, it was too quick. It was too quick. Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Getting a full in-depth look behind the scenes here. How thrilling and exciting is this gameplay? Okay, so we're putting microtech into the clipboard, then we're waiting for a little bit, and then we're moving to that location. We're putting this in the clipboard, waiting for a little bit, then we're going to paste it in that field. We're waiting for a little bit, and then we're pressing the enter key. A list loads. We might make this, let's change this to 0.75. Left mouse click. There's no reason why we would need to wait for any longer than this. Move mouse to this coordinates. Move to coordinates, this coordinate. That looks all good to me. Move mouse cursor to application coordinates. Application coordinates. To application coordinates. Okay. Set a course for microtech.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Nah, no worky. Okay, requires playing around, which I shall do later on. Let's go. Enough messing about with voice attack. We got things to do. Now, I am a little bit hungry. And I think the perfect thing to satiate that hunger right now would be some nice hot chocolate and a Tim Tam Slam. We've got a nice, reasonable jump out here from ArcCorp to Microtech. So I'm going to take this opportunity to go put some milk in the microwave. We've got no hot chocolate. We've got no hot chocolate. We don't even have any Milo. I guess I could Frankenstein something. We've probably got some cacao. I'll have some sugar. We could sweeten up the cacao, which is normally very bitter. Oh, that's annoying. But Cadbury's drinking chocolate is amazing. All right, let's try it. I'll be back in a minute. boy, that whole time I was constantly thinking, do I have cruise control active? Because we've crashed into the planet too many times before like that, where I've gone off and done something and forgot that I had cruise control active, and we've gone crashing straight into the planet. Oh, the good old Tim Tam. Oh, they're slightly melty because it's warm in here. Could do this quick. Oh, the whole Tim Tam broke. Really should have put these in the fridge. The Tim Tams are just breaking. No, it's not good. Ah, they're so close. That was so bitter. That wasn't sugar. That wasn't sugar I put in there. It was fucking salt. What the hell was salt doing in the sugar thing? Oh my god. Cacao's normally really bitter. So I put 4 teaspoons of what I thought was sugar in this little cup full of hot milk, and it was salt. Oh my word, that was gross. Alright, we need to find ourselves some tundra. This very much looks like forest to me. But normally I try to come down to, the edges of the snowy mountains where, the tundra sort of rolls into the grassland sort of areas. But salty hot milk, I bet that came as a surprise. It did indeed. It was totally gross. You've had Tim Tam's Lemoyne. I once had an Australian friend send me a box full of Australian food stuff. He passed away, however. But I enjoyed a good and long friendship. Nice of him to send me rocks. So good, man, the Tim Tam. Alright, what are these? Birdies. We will need some birds. This certainly doesn't look to me like, forest copions. A tundra sort of area. It's too hilly, mountainous, and green. Alright, so begins the quest. I guess we could go to one of the SM0 locations. SM015 or SM018 or 05 or something like that. Desert quasi-grazers. When we see the boreal quasi-grazers, we know we're in the right spot, but so gross. There's too much forest going on here. Boreal quasi-grazers, okay. Keep our eye out for some tundra copion. Birds. Actually, I guess at this point we're really only concerned about the tundra copions. Again, because we don't have the quest points to spend to do more of these Rayari missions. However, these birds, there's probably going to be a whole bunch of dead ones on the ground. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them there. I guess we could collect their eggs, right? I mean, at some point we're going to need them. So whilst we're looking around for these copion, oh god, I guess we can collect these, yeah? Because I'm pretty sure it's Rayari who want these eggs as well. Alright, let's get changed. Put on an undersuit. Our armor and a backpack. That's really all we need here. We don't need to worry about shooting too many of these birds. Because wherever you find the birds, there's always a whole bunch of dead ones on the ground for some reason. And we can just pick their little mouth glands. And save ourselves some ammunition. Was it last week when we were out looking for these birds and we landed in one spot and I think we collected like 17 of these gems? There were just birds everywhere. Alright. There we go. Looks to be about it. This music really is suiting the environment right now. Poor birds indeed. Well, at least we didn't kill any. They were just something had happened to those poor birds. Who knows what happened? But they were dead on arrival. hard to find these bloody copion. These quasi-grazers, oh, we're in the back in the desert, are we? These quasi-grazers are everywhere. Same can't be said for the copions. Close. I love this song. Two patches of quasi-grazers. Why can't we have missions to collect their eggs, man? That should have been the beginner Rayari mission, is to collect the bloody boreal grazer eggs. Or whatever those little sack things that they have are. Because they're freaking everywhere. Certainly no copion in this region. Alright, they do enjoy a bit more of a mountainous environment. Maybe there's something around here. And that one spot that I found was just incredible. I mean, we could try and find it. But in this one space, I managed to harvest a ridiculous amount of copion horns. It was just little herd after little herd after little herd. You know, 4 to 7 copion. There we go, 10 copion. It's a handful of them. Oh, there's some more up that way too. We might have found ourselves a little spot. All right, let's get ourselves equipped. Get our P6. Copions are in packs. Ah, yeah, that's a good one, isn't it? Packs I think our ammo is in the Purge Quirtler box. That's where we're looking for packs of copions. Oh, let's get some of this P6 on here. Damn expensive ammo. I thought I landed a lot closer than I actually did. We're getting very close with the sniper rifle here. All right, 5 horns. We're a quarter of the way there. It always freaks me out how they still make noise when they're dead. Now there's another pack, and I think 2 quite close. 450 credits to bring down that, more almost 450 credits, 400 to bring down that pack. Let's go. There was another pack here. There it is. Ooh, 2 packs. It's a bit of 2 packs. Oh, looks like there's 7 in this one. Oops, we're going very far. Alright, we might be able to get all the horns we need in this area, which is beautiful. Oh, there's 8 rounds in a clip, isn't there? I thought there was 6. No, there's 8. Lovely. Man, my PC is screaming at me right now. 2, 3, 6 of them, hey? Poor beasties. Poor beasties. Oh no, 7 of them. It's pretty bad, right, that we're just hunting these animals for their horns, right? Where have we seen that before? And leave everything else behind. Oh, we need 8 more. We'll be able to unlock the Rayari guild for our Mr. Man here, Argo Hurston, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. I wonder if these guys, if you landed close enough and they got all aggro, if they'd actually come aboard the ship. When I was doing a bunker, some time back now, I forgot that the NPCs were like outside of the facility, and there was a huge firefight, and one of them actually boarded the ship. It was incredible, and fought me. Actually, it was in this ship. It might have even been Argo here, and I died in my own ship. So we're going to need 2 more after this. That gives us 6 more. Not saying one should, but can one hunt use? Yeah, of course. You can use your ship weapons to shoot these guys down. It's more fun, you know. It's you know, you can do it. It's just, I don't know. It's I find it more enjoyable to do it like this with the ship weapons. Because they're normally designed to fire hundreds of meters. Their convergence points. You've got to strafe around, and you can only ever get one of your guns targeted because they don't converge. In the same spot. You had a Copian drive me into a hangar. I had to jump onto a cargo in the elevator instead of yours. Amazing. Alright, so we need 2 more. Hopefully we're in a good area. And there'll be another herd, another pack somewhere close. And we're not having to cruise around for another half an hour before we come across another pack. Activate the Toby. Forest Copion. We're into the forests, eh? There's a quasi-grazers. Boreal quasi-grazers. Oh, we just needed one more pack. Just one more pack. And jinxed it by saying hopefully we don't have to fly around for another half an hour. Quasi-grazers. Birds, quasi-grazers. Are you saying Skeet's easier? It's easier than with the ship and it works for the clear missions too? What do you mean the clear missions? We're talking about shooting copions here? Do the copions ever run down the grazers? Not that I've seen. Tundra copions. Microphone echo. Sucking on that thingy. The plot thickens. What have I come back to? Yeah. Emily brought up a really, interesting point, right? Maybe my vaporizer has something to do with it. No gun shooty. Alright, let's try this from the ship, yeah? See, now all we've done is aggro them. Bad idea. Now we've got a situation. The echo's been coming and going, whether I'm using my vape or not. The plot does indeed thicken. Now, I am mildly concerned that these guys are a little aggro, so we might grab the P4 just in case they get... Oh no, they're fucking miles away. Where is the other gun gone? They're all over the place now. Noise still freak me out. Is it USB based charging? Is my vape USB based charging? No, it uses those big batteries. Yeah, sorry, that's an interesting theory that could that often could be right. If you're on Wi-Fi, such may even affect 2.4G. Yeah, it's super weird. It's got to have something to do with the Rodecaster Duo, right? Because we didn't have this sort of echoing effect previously. So the only new variable that's been added into the equation, if you will, is the Rodecaster Duo. So some research into the Rodecaster Duo is required. Because everything else is the same as it's always been. The only difference being, instead of using voice meter, we're using, the Rodecaster Duo. Everything that is plugged in my good friend Super 5 is 100% required. There's nothing I can unplug that is not required. Oh man, I want to have some of that hot chocolate, but I know that it's going to be totally gross. Righto, let's put our guns away. Oh, a grenade launcher, that's right, I forgot about that. Yeah, I unplugged all of my other stuff, all my other peripherals and everything, which is why we had to rebind some of our keybinds at the beginning of the stream, because now the only two things I've got connected are my two flight sticks. There's no more sim racing gear, there's no more flight simulator stuff connected. Yeah, it's certainly a very interesting situation. All right, we've got everything we need. 23 Tundra Copian horns to go deliver our 69k Rayari quest. Let's go. Where is this mission being delivered? over on Calliope, hey? Activate the thrusters.
Certainly, Commander.
This QT issue. I hope they get this QT issue sorted out, man. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current
Because we
speed.
have a course set, right? In the map. There's a course set. So why do I still see all of the other quantum locations? It maka no sense to me. Maps. Let's clear that. Let's reset it. Hopefully it clears some of those waypoints. There we go. But after the first jump, it'll reset and show me all the quantum locations. Oh, this time it not. Let's go. Huge thanks to everyone who's been chilling out with me tonight. Spending some time as we adventure about with Mr. Argo Hurston. Unlocking Rayari. And, where are we? 6.5 hours with Mr. Argo Hurston. That's a record for an episode of A Life Uncharted. Let's turn that off. I do have some work now on, what is it, version 2? Maybe version 1.1 of A Life Uncharted, adding in some new things. And tweaking some old. Do we go to A Life Uncharted version 2? There are some fairly significant changes, both in the side quest system, the introduction of the guild points, you know, I guess changing up the costs of, you know, obtaining quantum locations and stuff like that isn't a significant change. It's not a new feature. No blackie outie. No blackie outie. Now we kind of got to hope that the pads are working, right? Or is that Argo's future ship, the Cutlass Black? Alright, we got to hope that the freight elevators are working. It seems kind of random, yes. I was wondering a bit if it was his head being too far from the mic when it goes echo mode, but doesn't seem to be it. If you have another mic, like on a headset or headstand, nope, I do not. Even on a phone may work, just to test with another mic input next time round and compare. Look, we can try it, but you know, I'd rather figure out why this isn't working, given that here in Australia the Shure SMB is a $800 microphone. I'd rather use this than one of my other much cheaper microphones. So it is. Oh man, really? We can't fit 23 horns in there? Oh, I don't have a backpack on. Baku. We'll need a tractor beam too. Let's see if this tractor beam works. It does. Lovely. Let's put our horns in here. Put our ammo in our backpack. Alright, let's go. But yeah, I do have another XLR mic we can, oh, I got a couple actually, we can play around with. Stop. What the hell's going on here? Is it gonna worky? It looks like it. Alright, let's put that on the freight elevator. We want to take 20 of these out. Put them over here. Put it here. Open it. Put 20 of them on the lift. Send the lift up. Do, do, do. $20 horns, send it down, complete the mission. Yes, please. Transfer complete. Lovely. Let's get our box back. Objective complete. Deliver 20 of 20 Tundracopian horns to Rayari Kaltag Research Outpost. Right, while we're here, we might as well go have a bit of a look around, right? See if there's any loot. I guess we could try and pick up some side quests. Ooh. Ooh. Does this ship have any fuses in it? If so, where would I access them? There's a few ships around. We could try and fly them outside of the armistice and then grab their fuses. We need some fuses. We've got a side quest that involves 5 fuses. Yeah, the logic behind trying another mic is quickly test another input device so one can verify if it's that one mic you're using now that's broken or something else. I understand you. I understand the process. Yeah, I'm going to do some research though into the Roadcaster Duo echoing, because that's the new thing, right? That's the new thing. All of this started when we plugged in the Roadcaster Duo. So I'll do some research on that. Intermittent echo. No loot boxes, man. Oh, there we go. There's the first one. The Cutlass Black will have a fuse or two. The Broadcaster, it's a Roadcaster Duo. R-O-D-E, Roadcaster Duo. Australian company, Rode, would you believe it? Make some of the best audio equipment in the world. Some of the highest quality gear. Certainly the Roadcaster Duo and the Roadcaster Pro, which is a bigger version of the Duo. Very good for streaming, apparently.
I'm already on a quest.
Oh, have we had a 2-hour cooldown already? Alright, we need to get out of this heat. Is it hot or very, very cold? Does that say minus 99 degrees? I guess we could jump in that medical crisis for a little bit and heal ourselves up. Let's have a little lie down here. Rehydrate ourselves. I am tempted. Oh, quest. Quest? I'm already on a quest. Let's jump aboard the ship. Oh yeah, minus. It's cold here on Calliope. We got our box back. Lovely. Oh, I don't think we have a helmet on either, do we? That's right, Calliope's got a breathable atmosphere. Alright, let's go. Let's see what we got. Contracts, offers. So collection hauling, bounty hunter, mercenary. So now we've got Rayari missions unlocked. Lovely. Alright, let's get our dice roller. Where is the dice roller? Oh, dice roller. Rerolling the sixes. It's a freaking salvage mission. A mission that we cannot do. Thank you, Ramon. Thank you for tuning in, mate. I really appreciate you spending so much of your time with me. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, mate, and I hope you have a fantastic week ahead. Appreciate you, buddy. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. I mean, it is one of those things where we could simply say, look, we're going to rule out the salvage guild because we're not able to do salvage missions. Or do we simply treat it as sort of like a bad break? You know, you've been assigned a contract that you can't complete. It's so weird. These can you even rent a vulture? I don't think you can rent a vulture, right? It's so weird that they have a main contract type that you can't complete unless you buy a vulture. You can't rent a vulture, can you? Because it's like a money-making machine. Even though you can rent a prospector and stuff, they just don't. Well, they won't let you rent a vulture. It's so weird. Let's have a look. I guess it doesn't really matter which one we choose, right? They had a mining accident. I know I can't do the salvage skeet. But okay, so here's the option, right? Do we simply say, okay, listen, you know, it is what it is. You know, I picked up a salvage contract and, you know, we paid the 1,000 credit fee for something we're not going to be able to complete. Or, and I guess this is a question for Skeet, given he's spent his tin tams, 2,500. Do we simply make it a rollout of 4 and we ignore the salvage contract? We get ourselves a D4. Reroll, hey? Alright, so we'll go 1 to 4. Collection hauling, bounty hunter, or mercenary on a D4. It's a collection contract. It's a collection contract. Bunker! Bunker! We haven't had a bunker for a while, have we? Alright, so another set of Tundra Copion horns or Marok gems. We've got some Marok gems already. They're relatively easy to find. Look at this. 10 Amioshi Plague. 11 Revenant Pods. 10 Sunset Berries. 10 Prota. Any of these we can do right now. Quick trip back to Lawville. 13 Ranta Dung. Alright, let's grab 10 Amioshi Plagues. Alright, let's go. Where are we? We're currently in the hold. Quick trip back to Lawville. Let's put the ammo in there. Strip off. Let's go. This is a nice, quick, simple one. I like this. Actually, these collection missions, combined with the rating of the distribution hubs, is real good business for Argo. Real good business. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control.
Obviously, with the bunkers, we get the opportunity to loot a whole bunch of stuff, and we could loot a whole bunch of guns and add 50 grand to the mercenary contract. But for 69 grand for a quick trip back to Lawville and then back to wherever we need to go turn these things into, set a course for Lawville.
Acknowledged.
And of course, if I wanted to play the risky game and have a whole bunch of these stashed aboard the ship, then whenever we get one of these collection contracts, we can instantly just go and complete it. Alright, back to Hurston we go. Alright, so whilst we go on our adventure, let's get our rules back. So comments and notes. I don't know what all of this stuff is, so we need to make adjustments to mission payouts based on mission complexity. Modify the side quest system to A, remove the Moby Glass missions, which will be replaced by guild points and guild missions, and B, add in new side quests, making greater use of the various items in the game, i.e. medical equipment, etc. Modify the data downloads / quantum beacon locations to work in a tiered fashion. We want to have 3 tiers where the different locations are classified as T1, T2 or T3 depending on that location's let's say value. The higher the tier level, the more expensive that location is to obtain the data for. We had something else that was a tiered scale as well, right? I'm going to move this all the way to the front. Side quest, guild points. We've got something in there. Modify the side quest to flesh out the guild points system. And develop a method of categorizing the Moby missions into guilds. As side quests are completed, whatever. Try trying to type faster than I'm actually able to type. As side quests are completed and guild points earned, those can then, oh, that's right, be redeemed to accept Moby missions. Within each category, the value of those missions will determine their tier level, i.e. 0 to, let's say, 20k missions are worth, I don't know, 10 guild credits. 21 or 20 to, say, 50k are worth, 15 credits, etc. Something like that. We have cruise control active. Beautiful. This is how we crash. And so once I flesh out this guild system, and I don't think it's quite time to start again just yet. Oh, I really need to flesh out the errand system. So the side quests, my original thinking was the side quests are a way of earning money and unlocking new locations. And then the whole concept of errands came about, trying to make use of, specifically here at Lawville, but it applies to other places as well. I think I've found 33 different locations at Everest Harbour, for example, that can be used as a point of, go here, get something and take it over to this location. The errands were another way of basically earning or being able to obtain quantum locations by simply doing simple little errands. But we've done a few of them, but I think, I never really fully fleshed out the errand system. Again, I think we can use it as a method of earning credits, and those credits can be put towards unlocking achievements. So we do have some achievements in the game, or in the rule set. Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
But using the errands as a way to, earn credits, kind of like when I complete a side quest, I'll earn a certain number of guild points, and then those guild points can be redeemed to, do Moby Glass missions. The errands, which are basically just running around, a major location, and doing little errands for people at that location. Like we have here at Lawville, we have all the different perimeter gates and, the customs officers and, all these different places that we can go to. Doing those errands earns sort of like a local reputation, right? And when again, earning certain, let's call them local rep points, then those local rep points can be redeemed for access to Vantage rental, or I don't know. Maybe that still requires more gameplay. We haven't really done a lot of errands because the system was never really properly fleshed out. It just was sort of tagged in there and never felt really complete. We're going to need a backpack. Hang on a second. Do I not actually have a mission? I do not. Revenant pods. Okay, there we go. Let's pop on now. Baku 10 revenant pods. Oh, yes. I've just remembered, I think part of the reason I'd put in the errand system was to earn, like I said, local reputation in an area. And then when I'd had a certain number of errands complete, locals in that area would, now I remember, locals would give me information about hidden locations, those locations that don't have quantum beacons. Those locations that you can find on Verse Guide, like the derelict settlements and outposts and caves and stuff like that. By completing local missions, local errands, when I'd completed a certain number of local errands, somebody would come up and say, "Hey, listen, we really appreciate the work you've been doing in our neighborhood. Thank you for helping our people. One of my friends, his cousin's uncle's boyfriend had mentioned to him that there was a cave over in blah blah blah. Let me mobile you the coordinates." Hell yeah. All right, we need to get some Revenant pods. There's 4. And there's 15. How many do we need? 10. Let's go. Quick 69,000. I like this one. 10 Revenant pods. All right, all the way back to Microtech, I'm sure. We'll refuel while we're here. Oh, we do have, a whole bunch of side quests to complete that require a whole bunch of those things. Let's go and do this. Let's just go and do this. All the way back to Microtech we go. Now let's refuel. $3,000 on fuel. I can have another gas bag about a life uncharted. I guess the only major addition in terms of features is the addition of the guild points, really. Replacing or removing the Moby Glass missions from the side quests, of which we haven't done any tonight, and throwing them into, locked, I guess you could say, behind the guild point system. Obviously, guild points being earned through the completion of side quests. Let's go. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
I very much did enjoy the exploration around the distribution centers. It was a huge amount of fun. Then we earned a little bit of money. I think we earned about 70 grand in loot. We dropped down to 600 grand before we went off to the distribution centers. Now, I did already loot Sakura-san during the week, so I guess we can't exactly say we earned 70 grand. I think by the time we ended up selling everything down at Cubby Blast, I think we were up to sort of 670 or something like that. Maybe a touch more. So certainly not the let's go. The big money winner But from the perspective of something that Argo's capable of doing, we bought the quantum locations so we can travel to those locations whenever we want. And from the perspective of finding, or having a greater chance of finding loot than we would just traveling around the, mining outposts and whatnot on Hurston. Certainly Sakura-san was better than Kovalax. And we didn't even get to fully explore Sakura-san before we'd filled up our loot box and decided to bail. But I think for Argo, it's a good option in terms of exploration. Now, there are people there. I mean, we could throw in the side quest system there as well. When we first started A Life Uncharted, every location that I went to would immediately roll up, are there side quests available here? And then I sort of changed it to sort of, if there's an NPC there and I want to go and talk to them about some side quests, we can do that. And I'm not sure which one I like best. The second option, being able to go and talk to someone, and see if there's any missions there, sort of allowed a greater sense of freedom in terms of exploring around without having to be burdened down by, I've got to, see if there's more side quests here. Are there more side quests here? I think, in fact, in the rules, and I think it's still there, I think it said I can only ever have at any one point in time a maximum of 10 side quests. Because if I was, just rolling automatically for side quests every time I landed somewhere, I'd just end up with a never-ending list of side quests. So I think I put that limit in there. But I do kind of like the idea that if I do want to go and talk to NPCs, then I can pick up some side quests. So I'm happy with that. The fact that we haven't actually gone about completing any side quests tonight has been, both a combination of exploring the DCs, which is the whole point of tonight. And then, I think we've had 3 quests pop up out of Twitch. I think, like I said, it's got a 2-hour cooldown on it, so they've been waiting for that cooldown to finish. We've been on for 7 hours. I think we'll finish up after this. It's a long time. I'd like to sit down. It's only 4 o'clock in the morning. Still got a couple of hours left before I need to jump into bed. Reset my body clock for the night shifts ahead. Only working 3 days this week, which is fantastic. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Put on some Stargate, some SG1. Play around with the rules a little bit. And flesh some things out. We've taken some notes. I am really tempted to start again. I guess it depends on what sort of shape I get Life Uncharted into to be able to say, look, do we now start again? Or do we keep Argo's journey rolling along and maybe use Charlotte's account, which she's never going to use, and we introduce Amelia's side of the story? It doesn't really quite work, though, from her perspective. Being a Hurston and coming from a wealthy family, and her background, her story doesn't really fit with the whole, down on their luck anti-hero. I don't know. I think I just need to make some changes to the system and then play out a couple more episodes. And really, actually one thing that would be really useful is, tonight was all about exploring the distribution centers, which we did. And then I think once I make these changes to the side quest system and incorporate the guild points, then have a good couple of sessions, good couple of episodes on those changes, and specifically just do the side quests, start accumulating and earning guild points, flesh out the guild point tier structure, and then, test that out, play test that over a couple of episodes and see how I like that. It makes sense to play test all these changes before I go, okay, let's just start again. Let's get rid of all Argo stuff. Let's get rid of the components in the ship and we'll start again from zero. it makes sense to play test through, to tweak and improve each of the systems or the components of Life Uncharted. Whoa! What is all that light over there? Is that a Polaris? Is that a big ship? What is that? Is that Microtech? Is that New Babbage? Zoom in. What is that? Zoom out. Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
What is that? Zoom in. There's the little location down on the left that we're going to. Zoom out. What the fuck is that? Deactivate cruise control.
Cruise control has been deactivated, sir.
What is that? That's where we're going down there. Is this like some ship meetup? Some sort of facility? It looks like some giant facility. It is some giant facility. The hell is it? It doesn't have a quantum location. Oh, is this like one of the racetracks or something? Oh yeah, it's one of the racetracks. Snake Pit, right? Ah, amazing. Okay. Mystery solved. Let's go drop off this stuff at McGrath. Mr. Raycorn, how are you, my friend? Still going? We're about to finish up a record episode of A Life Uncharted. 7 hours. But it's been absolutely enjoyable. We've had a great company all night. Very active chat. It's been fantastic, and I've had a couple of really interesting thoughts and discussion on A Life Uncharted and some changes to the rule set, which I shall work on. We'll put on a little bit of SG1. We'll work on those changes. And then when we come back for episode 17, we'll play through the new versions of the side quests with the new guild point systems and the new guilds, and see how that stuff plays out. Now, the fact that there's boxes sitting in the cargo elevator, the freight elevator, doesn't fill me with a great deal of hope that the freight elevator is actually working. Ten Revenant pods would drop off. Nice, quick, easy one. We just simply ducked back to Lawville to retrieve those, of which we already had quite a few just sitting there. What? Alright, that works. Alright, let's have a look and see what the deal with this freight elevator is. Where are we? Are we on Calliope? I'm pretty sure we are. We don't need a helmet here. Oh, yes, we do need a helmet here. The fact that there's contracted scrap sitting here that hadn't been sent down has me slightly concerned. Let's see how we go, hey? E-worky? E-worky? Lovely. Let's open the box. Let's put the Revenant pods on here. Let's close the box. Let's send these up. And then we'll send them back down. Nice, easy, 69,000. So we've made some cash buck dollary dues and unlocked a whole bunch of new coordinates. Had a good exploration around the distribution centers. Sakura Sun, Magnolia Work Center. Excellent place for Argo to go looting. Let's get our box back. Good loot there. Didn't have a fantastic experience at Kovalex, but Sakura Sun was actually pretty good. Let's get our box back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ourselves into orbit. It's been a mammoth episode of A Life Uncharted. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Everyone who's been watching on YouTube, 10 likes over on YouTube. And a whole bunch of people follow on Twitch, which was fantastic. Thank you so much. I guess we'll be back towards the end of the week. We might even be able to squeeze in a couple of extra streams because, like I said, I've got some time off. Or, well, I don't have time off, but, you know, I haven't been rostered on because of the public holidays. Been stood down, which is fantastic. It means I still get paid. Just don't have to go to work, which is fantastic. Some really good, interesting thoughts on the Life Uncharted rule set. I'm going to start working on those changes now. I'll put on some SG1 and chill out for a little bit. I'm going to find myself some food. Maybe some toasted cheese sandwiches, maybe. And I'm going to figure out why the hell there was salt in the sugar bowl, and thus, therefore, my hot chocolate has 4 teaspoons of frickin' salt in it. Disappointing. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I really appreciate you spending some of your time with me. A huge amount of time. 7 hours tonight. 7 hours and 15 minutes. Episode 16. Our Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you for your interactions in chat. It's greatly appreciated. I will catch everybody later in the week. Maybe Thursday. Could throw an episode in then. Hopefully, certainly Friday. I'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. I also need to do some research on this Echo situation. I'll catch you next time. See ya.